Chapter 256. Therefore he closed his eyes and pondered in the demon's cave, beside the blood feast of human flesh. He needed to change the strategy that he had been thinking about every day. But this change could not be done overnight. Things happened so suddenly that he had to make every second count. Li Yunqi knew that he had been carefully walking on a tightrope that traversed the cliff. On one side of the tightrope was the Daotong Kenzo, and on the other side was the heterodox demon. On the tightrope, he could see the blue sky and white clouds. But once something went wrong, coupled with a little bad luck, he would fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. In the past, he had more or less placed his hopes on Bai Yanjun's special care for him. But now he realized that the other's care must have something to ask of him. And he knew that he was not the only one. What Bai Yanjun said to him meant that there were others who had done the same thing and received the same care, but failed. He was not the only one. He had to prove his worth, so that he could exchange for a greater value. Damn it. Li Yunqi sighed. He heard footsteps. The footsteps echoed in the long cavern. They were relatively light. Of course, this relatively light was relative to the ordinary monster kings. His own footsteps were also in the relatively light category. Most monster kings were tall and strong. Even if they were not, they would try their best to eat until they were fat. Perhaps this was the primal instinct of wild beasts. The bigger they were, the more intimidating they would be. And he had been waiting here for such a person, refusing to continue walking. Monster kings did not care about inner qualities or talent. Compared to them, he was small, so it was hard to feel close to them. He at least needed a person of similar size as a partner. Such a person would definitely be laughed at. And this kind of ridicule could shorten the distance between two people in a short time. He was the one who liked to trick people. So he looked up and saw a person of the same size as him. People in this world were generally short. In his eyes, the average adult male in the city of Wei was about 165 centimeters tall, and the average female was about 155 centimeters tall. This was because the city of Wei was a big city in the world, and the standard of living was much better. This was a very normal phenomenon. People at this time were short of food and clothing, and they gave birth at an early age. It would be a miracle if she had developed well. It was in such a world that he stood out from the crowd, tall and graceful. Walking on the streets of the city of Wei, there were always people looking at him. However, his physique wasn't considered outstanding among the demons, and could only be considered tall and straight among the cultivators of Daotong and Kenzo. Demons were transformed from beasts, so they always pursued tall and big bodies. On the other hand, cultivators lived in luxury and cultivated their bodies all year round, so it would be strange if they didn't develop well. However, the demon king walking over was similar to him, but slightly wider. His body was rippling with muscles. This demon monarch was dressed in purple, but his upper body only covered his chest and back, revealing a pair of arms with blue veins. The crotch area of his lower body was covered with pink silk, and below that was a pair of short purple pants. I don't know where he got his hands on some silk and brocade, but he didn't care what color or shape they were, and just put them on himself. However, this demon monarch had a pair of big black eyes. When he walked, he looked left and right like a child. Li Yunqi was secretly watching him. The demon king walked to the end of the cliff at the cave entrance, stopped and looked down. When he saw the scene in the hall and smelled blood, he frowned. He didn't like this scene. He didn't like the smell either. This made Li Yunqi slightly surprised. There were demons that didn't like blood? So he stood up and walked out of the shadows. I don't like the smell either. The purple-clothed demon monarch obviously didn't get hit on often. Hearing this, he seemed to be surprised. He first looked at Li Yunqi, then looked left and right. Seeing that there was no one around, he knew that the other party was indeed talking to him. So he blinked his eyes, slightly opened his mouth and said, "Ah!" This reaction caused Li Yunqi to be slightly stunned in her heart. This was normal for a secular person. He didn't see much of the world, and was timid and shy. Suddenly seeing a stranger talking to him, he nervously blinked his eyes. He opened his mouth slightly, unconsciously revealing his nervousness and surprise. His slightly lengthened middle finger meant that this guy was usually a timid person. But the problem was, This was a Motherf *** king demon monarch. But he still maintained his composure and walked 3 steps forward, smiling and cupping his hands. I'm flowing jade-faced little silver dragon. I came from Dongting to attend the meeting. How should I address this demon monarch? This demon monarch still didn't speak. He stared at Li Yunxin with wide eyes, nervously widening his nostrils, and his face flushed. After a long while he squeezed out a sentence from his throat. I'm old 7. Li Yunxin slightly narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and then smiled. Old 7, are you the 7th of the evil king's adopted sons? Li Yunxin's tone was gentle, his expression was gentle, and his appearance was even gentler. So this demon monarch, who called himself Old 7, slowly calmed down. After calming down, his speech was much smoother, but he was still shy. Ah yes. I'm the adopted son. I'm Old 7. My adopted father is the evil king. I still have 6 elder brothers, they're all inside. Oh, I'm late. I'm going to be scolded by my elder brothers. After saying this, he hurriedly left, as if he was really afraid of being scolded. Li Yunxin rolled his eyes, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Brother, wait a minute. Since you're late, you'll definitely be scolded if you go like this. Why don't you go with me, and say that you saw me on the road, and had a pleasant conversation? They can't scold me in front of the guests. Come. Tell me which of your 6 elder brothers are. I also admire the reputation of the 7 of you, and I want to make friends with you. There's no time like the present. Isn't today a good day? As he said this, he went forward to hold Old 7's hand, and then rubbed his strong and powerful arm. Wow! His muscles were really as hard as steel. Old 7's body was unreasonably hard. To say that it was as hard as steel was not a good description. As a dragon's, Li Yunxin's body was strong, and he could leave a mark on a big rock with just a little bit of force from his fingernails. But when he brushed against Old 7's arm, not even a white mark was left. Old 7's hand was grabbed by Li Yunxin, and he immediately felt embarrassed and wanted to shake it off. Li Yunxin let him be, but after rubbing his arm a few times, he already knew that Old 7's cultivation level was not low, at least not below the transcendent state. He also didn't know what his real body was, but it was able to withstand his grip. Although Old 7 was embarrassed, it seemed that because of the physical contact just now, the distance between him and Li Yunxin seemed to be a little closer. Li Yunxin let go of his hand, sighed, and pretended to be hurt, but he didn't say anything. Old 7 was originally going to shake him off and leave, but when he turned his head to look at him, he couldn't bear to see him like this. He blinked for a while, and then frowned his thick eyebrows and said, Don't be angry. Come, I'll show you a treasure. Finishing, he rubbed his hand across his waist and stared at him impatiently. For some reason, Li Yunxin's hair stood on end from being stared at by him, but he still slowly walked over. Only then did he clearly see the thing that Old 7 had taken out from his waist. Then Li Yunxin frowned, dumbfounded. Old 7's pair of thick and strong hands was actually holding a gourd. Old 7 saw that he was in a daze, and thought that it was his treasure that attracted him. Finally he no longer frowned, and began laughing. Don't be angry. Look at my treasure, it can suck you in. You're called the romantic jade-faced Little Silver. Little Silver, if I call you, do you dare to answer? It would be strange if Li Yunxin agreed. Not only did he not agree, the expression on his face became strange. He took a step back, and carefully examined Old 7 from top to bottom. Then his expression became even more strange, and he suddenly asked, Old 7, your big brother, is he very strong? Your second brother, is he able to see far and hear far? Your third brother, is he like a copperhead and iron arms? Your fourth brother, is he able to breathe fire? Old 7 did not take his question seriously, and was slightly taken aback. How do you know about this? Then after thinking for a while, he cheerfully nodded his head. Could it be that you're a friend of one of my brothers? Most of the demons had innate abilities. This ability could often be used as a trump card, and would not be easily revealed to the outside world. But the 7 adopted sons of the evil king were also great demons, so it was not strange for them to know about this. After all, they would often fight, and it would be seen by others. Because of this, when Li Yunxin said this, Old Seven felt that perhaps he was acquainted with his brothers in the past. But after saying this, he discovered that Li Yunxin's expression became even more strange. This demon king who called himself Old Seven had never seen such a complicated expression on anyone's face. After a long while, Li Yunxin finally let out a light breath. How could there be such an honor? I've only heard a friend mention it before. I say, Old Seven, one more question. Do you know who the previous one was? If Lao Qi was a clever person, he would probably know what Li Yunxin was asking about. But he looked like a muscular demon. But in fact, he was a simple-minded demon. Because of this, Li Yunxin's words caused him to be at a loss, and he could only open his mouth. Ah! Li Yunxin sighed in his heart, and decided to temporarily change the topic. But suddenly, a voice came to his ears. The previous one you mentioned, are you referring to the great demon that was defeated and killed by my adopted father? This was a thick and deep bass voice. It immediately made people think of broad shoulders, a steely chin, rock-like muscles, and other elements of male hormones that were off the charts. Li Yunxin immediately turned his head, but there was no one next to him. So he knew that the other party had used some kind of secret voice transmission, type of magical power. This Old Seven spoke, and acted like an ordinary person. The voice that came to his ears sounded serious, and did not have the viciousness or ruthlessness of ordinary demons. Adding on the adopted father in his words, Li Yunxin knew that it should be one of the older brothers of Old Seven. Perhaps the method of secret voice transmission was rare among the demons, but it was not difficult for cultivators. Li Yunxin smiled, his lips moving slightly as he said soundlessly, It sounds like this is Old Seven's second brother. I am the flowing jade-faced little Silver. I came here today with the intention of making friends with everyone. He paused for a moment, then a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He used a second to consider the cause and effect, then added another sentence. I want to discuss important matters with Old Seven. The other party did not immediately reply. Li Yunxin then turned his head to look at the hall. There were people coming and going in the hall, light and shadow crisscrossing. Li Yunxin used 2 or 3 seconds to see the people he was looking for. The 6 demon kings were sitting towards the north of the hall. Although the demons did not like the etiquette of the human world, but they still had to pay attention to seniority. So after transforming into a human, they had to learn some of the customs and hierarchy of the human world. For example, the seating in the hall was very particular. Those little demon kings that did not make the mark were sitting cross-legged, and those that were slightly more powerful had a stone platform. If they were more skilled, they would have stone stools. But if they were a bit more serious, they would have large stone tables and tall stone chairs. Right now, the 6 demon kings that Li Yunxin saw were sitting on chairs that were cut out from a large piece of stone. Although they were not as tall as the other demons, but they were all as muscular as Old Seven, and had an awe-inspiring aura. His gaze found them, and found that the 6 demon kings had long been looking in this direction. Their eyes shone brightly in the light of the fire, and he could still feel the essence within them from such a distance. Li Yunxin saw their attire. The clothes of these 6 brothers were similar to Old Seven, only the color was different. Eldest brother wore red clothes, second brother wore orange clothes, third brother wore yellow clothes, fourth brother wore green clothes, fifth brother wore green clothes, and sixth brother wore blue clothes. This Old Seven was red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Li Yunxin looked carefully, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Then, he cupped his hands towards them from afar, and turned to Old Seven. Seventh brother, I've already met the 6 brothers. Please introduce me to him. Looking at the dumb and shy Old Seven, of course he did not know what Li Yunxin was thinking, but he really liked this new friend. Where else could he find such a gentle and beautiful person among the demons who could talk? Moreover, the 7 brothers were different from most of the demons in the hall. For example, the demons liked to eat blood, but the 7 brothers hated it. Now, the 6 of them only drank water in this hall, and even the little demons of Pitfall Mountain did not approach them. They just gave them food and ran away. as if afraid that the smell of blood would rush into the six brothers' noses. Thus, Old Seven agreed, and pulled Li Yunxin's hand down the cliff. Moreover, as soon as he entered the hall, the noise in the hall immediately died down. Old Seven looked bashful, and was even more nervous now that there were many people around. Once he was nervous, his face would tighten. He was big and burly, with a green chin, thick eyebrows, and a face full of muscles. No matter what the reason was, when he tightened his face, it was scary to look at. And he was one of the evil king's adopted sons. The demons in the hall made way for him. They looked at Li Yunxin, and then looked at the gourd on Old Seven's waist, and knew that it was also a rare magic weapon. The two of them went straight to the north of the hall. After they left, the demons went back to their own business. Their thoughts were always less than humans. When Li Yunxin and Old Seven got closer, they saw the orange-robed Yao King stand up, tightly pursed his lips, and stared at Li Yunxin. Old Seven was slightly frightened by his brother's gaze, and was afraid of being scolded. Li Yunxin knew that it was not directed at him. He patted Old Seven's shoulder and walked over. He walked in front of Old Six, until he was in front of second brother. However, the expression on his face had changed. If it was a worldly person who had experienced many things in the world, it was not difficult for them to understand what Li Yunxin's expression meant. He frowned slightly, narrowed his eyes, and slightly opened his mouth. His gaze swept past the monster kings one by one, but he was sure that every single one of them was carefully sizing them up. When he slowly walked over, he would even shake his head in an almost imperceptible manner and sigh a few times. When he walked in front of second brother and looked away from Old Seven, his chest rose and fell rapidly, and he closed his eyes, and then calmed down. Then he looked at second brother with a loving gaze and sighed. "You're so strong now." This second brother was known for his clairvoyant and clairaudient skills. Previously, when he heard Li Yunxin talking to his seventh brother on the cliff, he was suspicious, so he invited Li Yunxin here. When he saw Li Yunxin, he felt that Li Yunxin was unfamiliar and strange. As a result, his vigilance increased. But who would have guessed that this fellow would suddenly act like this, and use such an expression to stand in front of him, and say such words? Second brother was taken aback. The six Yao Kings subconsciously looked at each other. In the words of the human world, it was looking at each other, because the attitude of this flirtatious jade-faced little silver dragon was like an old man in the human world who had been separated from his children and grandchildren for a long time. After many years, when he returned home and saw that his children and grandchildren had all grown up, but did not recognize him, his heart was filled with pain and pity, but also a bit of relief. Together with that, "You're so strong now." The six were somewhat dumbfounded. They did not know where this little silver dragon came from. The second brother was stunned for a moment before he frowned. He knew that this person might not be ordinary. He had asked about that person before. His seventh brother was young and did not understand, but the six of them understood. The person that little silver dragon spoke of was the great demon that was defeated by the evil king a long time ago. As for the seven of them, they were previously the subordinates of that great demon. As for how he became the adopted son of the evil king, and why he was willing to be his adopted son, the story was much more complicated. Therefore, he looked at Li Yunxin, hesitated slightly, then said in a low voice, "Who exactly are you? The things that you ask are not good to ask here." Then he raised his head and looked around, then added, "My adoptive father is not willing to hear such words." But this little silver dragon did not seem to care about the evil king at all. He lightly shook his head. "You seven children, do you still remember his name? Now that you're here, you don't even dare to mention his name?" The demon king being called a child should have made him furious. If it were any other demon, they would be even more furious. Their brains were too lazy to think. But these six people seemed to be those rare intelligent people that Li Yunxin loved dearly. First they were stunned, then silent. Then the expression on second brother's face became more and more gentle. But within this gentleness, there was an obvious pretense of anger and indifference in Li Yunxin's eyes. Snorting coldly, "What is there to be afraid to mention? Us seven brothers used to be the great demon of the mysterious realm, known as Old Demon Fu Lu. So what if we say it? Chapter 257. Li Yunxin's expression paused on his face for a while. In other words, it was sluggish. But this was not a pretense. Such an expression, in the eyes of the second brother, was this little silver dragon did not expect that he would really dare to say it. But only Li Yunxin himself knew why it was like this. After a moment of sluggishness, he lightly exhaled, the expression on his face relaxing. So it was like this. He said to himself in an extremely soft voice. When he saw the seventh brother at the entrance of the cave, he felt that he was familiar. After talking with him for a while, he had already come to a conclusion. And saying all this now was just to prove, this really was the seven Calabash brothers. In this world, there was only one person who would have such a bad taste. And there was only one person who was highly similar to what he knew. The painting saint. That guy. Just how many things had he done in this world? Li Yunxin did not believe that because of some kind of coincidence, there was an evil king in this world. He felt that this was the Scorpion King. And these seven adopted sons, they were clearly the Calabash brothers. Just now he had forced out another key character. Old Demon Fu Lu. He really did not know how to evaluate the bad taste of that person 2,000 years ago. That was clearly Old Calabash brother. Li Yunxin was almost certain that these people were created by the painting saint. Just like how he created the dragon lady that was possessed by the three flowers. But the problem was, why did that person do this? It was normal for the painting saint to leave behind strange words and strange paintings. But even if it was the painting saint, to create so many great demons, he must have expended a lot of effort. That day, when he Li Yunxin created the body of the dragon lady for Mrs. Sanhua, he almost dropped a realm. And he only created an empty realm body. What kind of price did the painting saint have to pay for such a big move? But in reality, there was another explanation. Most of the time, Li Yunxin would say some absurd things. Previously, when he was imparting life experience to a group of unruly Taoists in Wei City's Jade Flower Pavilion, he said, "Gu Nala Black Demon Immortal." Later on, he called himself Tang Xuanzang. And later on, he said that he was some flirtatious jade-faced little lewd dragon. He often spoke words that the people of this world did not understand. In addition to the reason that his psychological defense mechanism did not want him to completely expose his heart to the world, it was also because he was releasing information. It was like the scent released by a beast when it was in heat, could be smelled by the opposite sex from more than 10 kilometers away. And then thousands of troops would come to meet it. He was the same. He knew there were others like him in the world. If there were any of his kind in the world who had heard any of these strange things he uttered, they would have been aware of his existence. He wanted to find them. Perhaps some people would hide themselves if they were in the same situation as him. He and the enemy were both in the dark, waiting for the right time to expose the enemy or himself before making a decision. But the problem was that not everyone in the world liked this kind of style. For Li Yunxin, he preferred to see both sides bare their fangs and claws, and then have a thrilling battle. He didn't want to wait. He wanted to find friends or enemies. He wanted to attack. But now, the art saint seemed to have the same view and attitude as him. That saint left clues everywhere in this world that only certain people could understand. In the eyes of the natives of this world, there was nothing special. However, once people like Li Yunxin saw it, it was like a torch in the dark, extremely bright and dazzling. The problem was, who did the art saint want to show it to? Why did he create such a group of demons in this place? But these were not questions that he could figure out at the moment. He restrained his expression in front of second brother, exhaled again, and said indifferently in a relieved and gratified tone, "Okay, you still remember him." Li Yunxin was good at reading people. This kind of reading included, and was not limited to the character, psychology, behavior and habits of people, but also many small details and big situations. He was worried about one thing before. The seventh brother looked bashful, but this bashful was only relative to the demons. For example, a child was innocent and cute. When he was innocent and cute, He was chasing butterflies under the shade of the tree. Then his innocence and cuteness were not shared with the butterflies. Li Yunxin was worried that the bashful seventh brother would shyly walk in front of a person, and then smile shyly while shyly crushing that person's head. That would not be cute at all. So when they walked through the hall just now, he paid attention to every movement of the seventh brother's eyes. Then he realized that the seventh brother was very unwilling to see this scene. Not because of too noisy or bad smell, but because he couldn't bear it. This meant that this demon might be kinder than Li Yunxin himself. It was because of this conclusion that he did what he did in front of second brother. Because he had to take a risk to do something. He had to convince the demons. Even if he could not convince the demons, he had to convince the evil king. Even if he could not convince the evil king, he had to make him agree with his point of view on other things. Before he came here, he had a set of plans in his mind. However, the appearance of Bai Yanjun forced him to adjust his plan. He had to ask himself to achieve the purpose of this trip in the shortest time. Therefore, he had to take risks based on his bold assumptions and inferences. However, once he was in such a predicament, he felt his blood was boiling. The sense of anxiety and powerlessness, brought by being trapped in Dongting, disappeared in an instant. His heart began to beat happily. He felt that he was on a wonderful and exciting battlefield again. He loved the feeling of knowing a person, and then playing with him. It made him feel like he was the king of the world. This kind of abnormal excitement made Li Yunxin happy. It even made him completely immersed in the role and become the person he had set for himself. He asked about old demon Fulu in front of second brother, just to see how the seven brothers treated that person. This was the first dangerous move. If the seven brothers now really joined the evil king, he would get himself into trouble by asking about this. If he fought with the seven brothers, he would have nothing to do today. However, seventh brother's reaction made him sure of his judgment. Second brother's words also made him understand that the seven brothers didn't really follow the evil king. They still remembered old demon Fulu. Yes or no? He gambled based on the clues and got the result today. Until now, he began to make the second dangerous move. The evil king would probably show up soon. He had to temporarily deal with the seven brothers before the evil king appeared. And whether or not this risky move would be correct would depend on whether the painting saint from a long time ago was professional and meticulous in his work, or if he was bored enough. Just as he expected, after hearing him say, "You still remember him?" the seven brothers' faces became more and more doubtful. They looked at each other again. Second brother frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Li Yunxin smiled slightly. "I know you seven brothers are not actually demons. You are different from them." He raised his hand and pointed at the monster kings who were feasting in the distance. "You are not the same kind of people as them. You are brothers on the vine. And your adoptive father Humph. I'm afraid you came to this world because of your adoptive father. Now that I've said all this, you seven children, can you guess who I am?" Then he realized that he had made the right move. Second brother and the others showed imperceptible surprise on their faces. But Li Yunxin looked deeper. He found that there was a trace of doubt in their surprise. Because of this doubt, second brother frowned and asked, Could it be that you are Grandpa Mountain Gods?" From Li Yunxin's point of view, this was a simple and plain little wisdom of the supporting characters. Second brother thought he had done enough, but the subtle expression on his face still betrayed him. This was a trap. They didn't know anything about Grandpa Mountain God, and just wanted to test if Li Yunxin really knew something. If he said yes, it must be a lie. But such a trap could still reveal something. These seven monster kings were said to have been the evil king's adoptive sons for hundreds of years. For such a long time, they would not always be naive children. They must have done a lot of things that they should have done. Then would a man in his 50s or 60s like to call someone grandpa or uncle? But second brother said Grandpa Mountain God in a subtle manner. This was the perspective of a child. When this monster king was testing Li Yunxin, he subconsciously put himself in the perspective of a child. This meant that there was a reference or a candidate in his mind. Because of the existence of this candidate, he subconsciously substituted a similar character to test himself. Li Yunxin knew that he had made the right bet again. The art saint was really bored. He really came up with the guy that he expected. And now, the person in second brother's mind must be that guy. So he smiled leniently. You are second brother, but it is always you talking to me. Because you are smart and smart. He then turned to look at big brother, who wanted to say something but hesitated. You are the big brother. You are very strong. But it is a pity that you are reckless. He then looked at third brother and smiled. You are afraid of being spanked. Fourth brother, you are afraid of the cold. As he said this, the few of them showed a surprised expression. Perhaps some of them knew, but they could point out their weaknesses one by one. Li Yunxin sighed and said, if my old friend was here, he would also smile when he saw you guys like this. At this moment, second brother could no longer hide his thoughts. All the words in his heart were written on his face. He only stared and opened his mouth. Are you that pangolin? What Grandpa said was true. Li Yunxin heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He smiled. Yes. Your grandpa should have told you. How did the evil king come about that day? You chiseled through the mountain and released him. There was no need for Li Yunxin to guide him. Second brother told her everything. Grandpa said that it was you who released the evil king by accident, and it was you who found Grandpa and took the precious gourd seeds with him. Then we were born. But I have never seen you before. I only heard from Grandpa. You actually really have you. Li Yunxin sighed in his heart. That art saint, just how bored was he? He put on a show, and even made up the background story. But since the art saint did such a thing, Li Yunxin also guessed that he had done such a thing. Now his speculation was exactly the same as the art saint's thinking 2,000 years ago. This made Li Yunxin more and more eager to know what kind of person he was. He often saw bits and pieces of the art saint left behind in this world, as if that person was an invisible person who always lingered around him. He even felt that if that person was still alive, it was very likely that he would become his friend. A truly interesting and crazy friend that Li Yunxin recognized from the bottom of his heart. So he became more and more excited. Not only because he was about to control these 7 silly children in such a short time, but also because he always felt that there was a deeper meaning behind the things that the art saint left here. Or was it because he felt that there was a deeper meaning behind what the art saint had left behind? Or because he always felt that the things that the art saint left here had a deeper meaning? So he sighed again. Of course there is me. But these years I have hidden my identity, sigh. So he sighed again. Of course there is me. After he said this, he looked around. The demon blood feast was still going on, and the screams of agony could be heard without end. After saying this, he looked around. The demon blood feast was still going on, and the screams were endless. But the demon king's laughter and curses were louder. At first there were some fellows who were looking at them, but they soon lost interest when they saw that they were neither eating nor fighting. 200 to 300 demon kings would attend the meeting. At this time, there were already more than 100 people, and the hall was becoming increasingly crowded. Li Yunxin realized that she didn't have much time left. Evil King was probably going to appear soon. Li Yunxin realized that there was not much time left for him. The Evil King was probably going to appear. In the next moment, his arms were covered with greenish-gray scales that were as hard as iron. This was the true form of the demon. In this way, he once again proved his identity. After all, it was difficult for the 7 brothers to tell the difference between a dragon's scale and a pangolin's scale. Then he moved closer, and the smile on his face disappeared. Old Demon Falu is an old friend of mine. Before this, I wasn't free and could only watch him suffer, Li Yunxin said in a low voice while glaring at them. Now that I'm free, I'm going to avenge him. I know all the reasons and difficulties you children have. It's just that you have to help me with something today. Just as he said this, 3 horns sounded from the hollow mountain. It was unknown what the bugle horn was made of, but it was deep and powerful. Then it circled around the mountain, causing everyone to tremble slightly. Then a little demon monster with a loud voice shouted majestically, "The evil king has arrived!" As Li Yunxin spoke, she looked up and saw a majestic demon wearing purple armor, with a green face and fangs, and a pair of moon-white, dark brown spotted horns on the sides of his ears slowly descending from the darkness above her. The evil king has arrived. As soon as the evil king entered, the demons in the hall immediately stopped talking. Although there were still some muddle-headed little demons who drank too much and were still making noise, some armored demons from the Pitfall Mountain had already landed in the crowd. Seeing those who were drunk and didn't listen to the dissuasion, the demons didn't ask whose subordinates they were, and just hit their heads with a mace. Their heads were smashed into pieces, and they no longer made noise. Because of this thunderous method of clearing the hall finally quieted down. Before this, Li Yunxin had seized the last moment and stared at the second brother. Help me persuade the evil king to go to Dongting and fight with the Daotong Kenzo. If it's done, the old demon flew in the netherworld. He stopped talking, because the last noisy little demon was also killed by the demons from the Pitfall Mountain. The evil king finally landed. Ignoring the big monster kings, he separated from the crowd and came to the north. He saw his 7 adopted sons and Li Yunxin. The big monster in the mysterious realm laughed 3 times, showing a pair of pale fangs in his mouth. Ha ha ha, my good children. Who is this? When he spoke, he stared at Li Yunxin with his beady eyes under his thick eyebrows. I saw you talking for a long time just now. Now that I look at it again. Why does this guest smell like a human? As the evil king said this, the monster kings around him immediately glared at him fiercely. Li Yunxin instantly became the focus of attention. Chapter 258. Li Yunxin didn't speak, but looked at the 7 brothers beside him. He had already used a lot of methods just now, which was why he felt that the 7 of them would probably listen to him. Even if they were still hesitant and could not make the final decision, they would at least play along with the evil king for the time being, so that he could deceive them. However, he didn't expect that. The words he said and the momentum he created just now seemed to be very effective. It was so good that the 7 brothers were still in a state of turmoil, even to the point where they couldn't control themselves. They seemed to be trying hard to calm their emotions, but it wasn't very successful. When Li Yunxin looked at them, he found that the eldest brother was staring straight at the evil king with a pair of big black eyes, almost spitting out flames. He also felt that it was inappropriate, so he quickly lowered his head to hide his expression. If he was alone, it wouldn't be a problem. But the problem was, almost all 7 of them were like this. The evil king originally stared fiercely at Li Yunxin, but now, when he looked at his adopted sons again, he found that they all had the same expression on their faces. He immediately became confused. The profound realm great demon's eyes moved back and forth between Li Yunxin and his 7 adopted sons, and finally frowned even more tightly. He reached out his hand and pointed at the most innocent and shy 7th brother, saying in a deep voice, "7th brother, what's wrong with you?" Then he squinted at Li Yunxin. "What did this person say to you?" So Li Yunxin realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. He underestimated the 7's feelings for the old demon Fulu. He thought that the 7 of them had been the evil king's adopted sons for hundreds of years, and even if he made them believe that he was really the old friend of the old demon Fulu, they would still hesitate for a while. After weighing the pros and cons, they would completely accept the path and fate he had arranged for them, and then they would worry about how to take revenge and how to deal with the evil king. But he forgot something else. The emotions of the demons were pure and strong. He had experienced it once before with the Lord Dongting. But now he was speculating about the demons' actions based on human feelings. No matter why the 7 of them had endured for hundreds of years under the evil king's throne. Now that he mentioned the past, it was like lightning stirring the fire, causing the accumulated resentment in their hearts to pour out in torrents. The outpouring this time was so fierce that even the 7 of them almost couldn't control themselves. And now that the evil king asked the 7th brother, the 7th brother no longer lowered his head. He stared at the evil king with wide eyes, and after a while he suddenly said, "We won't be fooled by you again." Li Yunxin sighed as soon as she said this. He began to size up the demon kings behind the Diablo king and estimate their strength. Once again, he observed the terrain of the cave to see if the escape route that he had prepared beforehand would be useful at this time. But in the next moment, he noticed something strange. There was something off about the evil king's demeanor. Logically speaking, under the premise that evil king killed old demon Fulu and adopted the 7 brothers as his sons through some means, he should also be wary of the 7 brothers. And if they were on guard, they would more or less be prepared for the possibility of them betraying them. Then at this moment, they should have revealed a cold and sinister smile on their faces. Then, they should have realized that these 7 brothers are indeed preparing to betray us. But now, the only expression on Evil King's face was shock. The Evil King's true form was a giant scorpion. He had transformed into a human, but the skin on his face was still harder than that of a normal person, so his expression was not obvious. But now his mouth was half open, and the 2 big fangs in his mouth opened and closed subconsciously. Li Yunxin thought that this should be his way of expressing his surprise. The Evil King froze for a moment before asking, "What are you talking about?" Then, she looked at Li Yunxin. "Who exactly are you?" Since the 7th brother said that, the other 6 brothers didn't hide it anymore. Second brother snorted and jumped out from behind the stone platform to stand guard in front of Li Yunxin. He glared at the Evil King and pointed at him. "Hey, who do you think he is? Do you remember who let you out? He was that pangolin. You deceived us so much." After second brother spoke, the other 5 brothers glared at the Evil King. The 7 brothers stood in front of Li Yunxin like a wall of flesh, protecting him behind them, as if they were afraid that he would make any mistakes. Normally, at this point, the Evil King should have already turned hostile. But what surprised Li Yunxin even more was that when he looked at the Evil King through the gap between the 7 brothers, he found that the Evil King was even more surprised. This surprise didn't seem to be fake. A profound realm big demon had no reason to pretend in front of so many small demons. "What is going on?" the Evil King said in surprise again. "Pangolin? Which pangolin? Hey, you 7 silly boys, you didn't believe me, but chose to believe this." At this point he raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily, "Who is this person? How did he sneak in?" "Guards!" As he shouted, the hundreds of demons behind him responded in unison. But the Evil King didn't want them, but the snake spirit 7 Duanjin, who was guarding the entrance of the Pitfall Mountain. The snake spirit came quickly. She probably heard the news from the small demons in the cave, and knew that something had happened. When the Evil King shouted again, the snake spirit hurriedly separated the crowd and walked forward. But she didn't panic. While walking leisurely, she looked at Li Yunxin through the gap between the 7 brothers. After a few glances, she came to the side of the tall Evil King and bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, don't be angry. I knew something was wrong with this person just now, and I let him in on purpose. Your Majesty, please listen to me." The Evil King was tall, twice as long as Li Yunxin. This snake spirit was unusually tall among humans, but she only reached the Evil King's waist. After she said so, the Evil King frowned again and bent down so that the snake spirit could whisper in his ear. After listening to 7 Duanjin's whisper, his brows finally relaxed. Good. The Evil King stared at Li Yunxin. "So you're a cultivator?" This time, it was Li Yunxin's turn to be surprised. But as surprised as he was, he never thought that everything would be smooth sailing for him. So he only took a step back, a little further away from the 7 brothers, and said, "I think the Evil King has misunderstood. I'm not a cultivator. I'm the same as everyone here, a demon, a Ain spirit, but definitely not a human." The 7 brothers in front of him seemed a little confused. They didn't know why 7 Duanjin and the Evil King said that Li Yunxin was a cultivator. So they looked at each other, and then turned to look at Li Yunxin. At this time, the Evil King laughed 3 times. "You're not a cultivator. How can you see my real eye?" As he said this, he waved his hand, and the iron plate that Li Yunxin saw flew out of 7 Duanjin's sleeve and fell into his hand. At the entrance of the cave, Li Yunxin saw that this thing was as tall as him. Right now, when Evil King held it in his hand, it was as if he was holding a slightly larger book. The Evil King took the magic treasure and didn't make any movements, but just shook the real eye. The scene in front of them suddenly changed. They were no longer surrounded by the blazing cavern of the Pitfall Mountain. Instead, they were surrounded by a hill. Not only did the scene change, Even the seasons seemed to have changed. It was supposed to be summer. Near the city of Wei, the weather was especially hot. But now it suddenly became cool, or even slightly cold. Li Yunxin stood beside the 7 brothers, and in front of them was a big green stone. Next to the green stone was a crooked pine tree. The pine needles on the tree were sparse and dark green. The tall evil king and the petite snake stood under the pine tree, and behind them was the endless mountains. Looking at the time, it was dusk. The sun was about to set, casting its last afterglow on this world. The setting sun turned everyone golden, and the leaves in the distance looked even more yellow. This should be somewhere in the north. Li Yunxin couldn't figure out if the evil king really moved them to a place in an instant, or if it was an illusion. If it was an illusion, he was a Taoist priest. Among the 3 types of cultivators, Taoist priest, swordsman and Taoist priest, the latter was the best at illusion. But even if Li Yunxin mobilized the spiritual power in his body to find the flaw of this illusion, he had no clue. Everything around him was incomparably real, without the slightest trace of artificiality. But if it was a real world, where did the evil king get such supernatural power? It should be caused by the magic treasure in his hand, the real eye? But this scene was inexplicably familiar. But no matter how hard Li Yunxin thought, he couldn't think of where he had seen it before. While he was stunned, the evil king sneered. "You are already in my treasure. Don't think of escaping. Let me ask you, you say you are a demon, but how did you see my real eye?" The 7 brothers stood in front of Li Yunxin and were about to speak, but the evil king was already impatient. As if there were only the few of them here. He no longer had the fatherly attitude from before. The great demon of the mysterious realm waved his hand, but he couldn't feel any demonic power or spiritual power. The 7 brothers were stunned, as if time had stopped for them. Then, the evil king waved his hand again, and the 7 muscular fiendish demons lined up in a row and rolled down the hill. Seeing this scene, Li Yunxin frowned. The snake's spirit laughed lightly at the side. "You flirtatious jade-faced little silver dragon. I'm afraid you still don't know where you gave yourself away. Do you still remember the thing I told you to look at when you entered the door? There was a hole in that metal plate, and in the hole was a black dot." Qi Duanjin looked at Li Yunxin and sneered. "I asked you what you saw, and you said you saw an eye. It should be a tiger or leopard. But you didn't know, this was the real eye. The demons can only see a black dot. Only cultivators that practice Heaven's Will technique can see the real thing. You saw through it with one glance. If it's not a cultivator, what else could it be?" As Qi Duanjin said this, the evil king looked at him coldly, waiting to see how Li Yunxin would explain. But the 2 demons immediately discovered that there was something wrong with the expression on Li Yunxin's face. He didn't look like someone who had fallen into a desperate situation and found out that he had been seen through. He was originally frowning and thinking about something. Hearing Qi Duanjin's words, he frowned and thought for a while. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he slowly turned around and carefully looked at his surroundings. After looking for a long time, his face finally revealed a shocked and uncertain expression. But this expression disappeared in a flash. It became even more strange and complicated. The evil king and Qi Duanjin didn't know what that expression meant. Only Li Yunxin himself knew. He ran into a treasure and solved a mystery that had existed in his heart for more than 10 years. It was actually in this place. And it was actually this kind of thing. The evil king didn't like his bluff. He glared and said in a low voice, "You arrogant fellow, are you still thinking of some escape plan? This king will break your arms and legs. Let's see if you'll speak the truth." After saying this, he put his fingers together and pointed at Li Yunxin. With just one finger, Li Yunxin, this dragon son of the true realm, was completely unable to move his arms and legs. Any cultivator would panic in such a situation, not because he was trapped, but because he couldn't feel any spiritual or demonic energy at all. It was as if his body was suddenly isolated from this world, and he had lost contact with it. But this kind of panic didn't appear on Li Yunxin's face. On the contrary, he turned his eyes to look around, and when he was sure that he really couldn't move, he laughed loudly. Good. It really is such a treasure. The evil king ignored him. With a gloomy face, he hooked his finger and pulled Li Yunxin over. He didn't say anything else. He took out a thick broadsword out of nowhere and swung it. With a slashing sound, Li Yunxin was cut into two halves by his saber. He was cut in half at the waist, and his lower body fell to the ground. But he still seemed to be restrained, and even blood couldn't flow out. The evil king cut him and sneered. Hee, it doesn't hurt or itch, right? Let me tell you, I used a magic weapon to restrain you and cut off your 5 senses. When I get rid of this restraint, I guarantee that you will be in so much pain that you won't be able to live or die. Now quickly tell me everything in detail. This magic weapon of mine is still here. Maybe I can be merciful and reattach your body. Li Yunxin, on the other hand, only turned her eyes to look at the half of her body that had left him. She chuckled and said, "It really doesn't hurt. But, evil king, it might work if you use this method to fool those demon kings under you. If you use it to deal with me, hey, you are a great demon in the mysterious realm. Killing me is as easy as flipping your hand. Why did you have to go through the trouble of restraining me and then killing me? Let me guess. Could it be that this place is an illusion to begin with? In fact, you can't do anything here. So you can only use this method of cutting off your 5 senses to scare people? If you ask me, I feel that I am still in the same place as before." The evil king stared at him and spat. "Bah! Do you know that this treasure of mine is?" But Li Yunxin interrupted him. He looked straight into the evil king's eyes. Listen to me. Listen to me for a while. Maybe you will get a surprise." TSK. Such a treasure is in your hands, but you can only use it to scare people. Don't you think it is a waste? The more 7th Duanjin listened to him, the more he frowned. He pulled the evil king's waist. "King, don't listen to his nonsense. He is deceiving you." Li Yunxin sneered again. "Nonsense? You used 2 pieces of iron to tie the treasure left by the art saint, exposed it in broad daylight, and used it to scare people. Do you really think that you are unfathomable and powerful?" As soon as he said this, 7th Duanjin stopped talking. Even the evil king stopped talking. "Put me down," Li Yunxin said to the dumbfounded evil king. "I originally came to harm you, but now I have changed my mind. Put me down, and I might tell you how to use this treasure properly." At this moment, the ruthlessness and awe-inspiring aura on the evil king disappeared. Perhaps Li Yunxin had hit the nail on the head, and he had been thinking about this for a long time, about how to use this treasure properly. Hence, he was stunned for a while before he asked, "Do you really know?" Misty Nuda Kaimao is one of the 8 ancient scrolls left behind by the art saint in the past. Li Yunxin glared at him. "Don't you think so?" The evil king finally subconsciously waved his hand. Hence, Li Yunxin regained his senses. Just as he expected, the cutting off of his 5 senses, and being cut in half by the evil king, were just an illusion. He still stood on the same spot. He looked around again and let out a long sigh. Misty Nuda Kaimao. So this is what it means, he muttered to himself. What kind of dialect is this? When he was very young, his parents had mentioned this painting when they taught him about the art of painting. It was one of the 8 ancient scrolls left behind by the art saint. Now, it was in the evil king's hands. Chapter 259. Li Yunxin sighs here for a while, but evil king and the snake monster can't bear it anymore. The monster of Xian realm becomes more anxious because the mysterious guy in front of him may know the secret he has been dreaming of. This is totally different from his usual calm attitude in front of other monsters. He stares at Li Yunxin with his eyes wide open, and a thunderous voice comes out of his mouth. "Are you a cultivator? Ha! Are you a Taoist painter? What do you know?" Li Yunxin waves his hand. "Don't panic. I'm more surprised than you. Let me think about it first." He paused for a moment and looked at Evil King. "I thought that you and old demon Fulu were mortal enemies, and that's why you killed him, and gave his 7th child some magic potion to make them your own. I was wrong, wasn't I?" Evil King frowns, but Li Yunxin raises his hands and presses them down slightly to comfort him. Okay, let's talk about me first. I'm not a pangolin. I'm indeed a Taoist painter. But that was when I was alive. Now I'm a monster. Here I am. I was planning to sow discord in your Pitfall Mountain and let you go to Dongting to die. If a big monster like you fights with the orthodoxy, they won't be distracted and I can get away easily. But now it seems that I have to reconsider. Li Yunxin thinks for a while. For example, let's be friends. Hearing his words, Evil King and the snake monster look at each other. The snake monster is a little stunned, and then she yells, "You are Dragon 9? Because of her words, the setting sun in the background suddenly falls behind the mountains, and the darkness finally comes. A sudden gust of wind blows between heaven and earth. Autumn leaves and dead branches are flying with the wind, as if a giant above the endless sky takes a deep breath. The remaining dark green pine needles on the old pine next to the big bluestone seem to be startled. They all point at Li Yunxin, as if thousands of pine needles will be shot at him at any time. The shock and puzzlement on Evil King's face faded away. Because of the snake spirit's words, he no longer treated Li Yunxin as a random mysterious enemy, but as an evenly matched opponent. He let out an oppressive and dull voice from his throat. "Longjiu? Ha! You sure have guts. How dare you make trouble in my Pitfall Mountain instead of staying in your Dongting? Take this." The moment the great fiendish demon's voice faded, the massive mountain-like figure in the darkness pounced forward. As he pounced, the wild wind between heaven and earth dissipated. It no longer blew aimlessly, but became the violent wind pressure that he brought along. Together with the darkness, it rushed towards Li Yunxin with overwhelming force. The distance between the two of them was only a few steps. This pounce was even faster than a galloping horse. Before the snake spirit beside him could see him clearly, with a loud rumbling sound, the two huge bodies collided into each other. However, the Evil King's momentum was clearly a little more violent. The huge black figure directly blasted Li Yunxin, who was in front of him, several meters away. Everything in their way, the trees, rocks, dust, strong winds, and even the endless darkness in the void, was instantly crushed into powder. Moreover, it shot out countless fierce sparks that resembled a sputtering rainstorm. The Evil King's attack only lasted for an instant. The snake spirit Qi Duanjin did not even have the time to dodge the strong wind created by the two people. The figures of the two great fiendish demons had already separated. So the snake spirit saw the true body of the self-proclaimed, romantic jade-faced little silver dragon. He had already become as tall as the Evil King. His body was covered in a steel-like dark green scale armor. A pair of ferocious and terrifying red antlers grew out of his forehead. On his neck was a steel-like white mane. From between the hair and the scales, there was a large amount of mist that rose up, protecting him within. That delicate and handsome human figure with a slender figure. Right now, he had already revealed his true body, turning into a ferocious-looking fiend god. The snake spirit sucked in a breath of cold air. He really was Dragon's son. He was previously speaking frivolously and acting carelessly, but after such a short moment, he had already emitted a terrifying pressure that made it hard for her to breathe. The snake spirit could not help but take a step back. But then she realized that she should not be like this. But she hesitated for 2 breaths of time, and did not dare to take another step forward. Because that was dragons. She gritted her teeth, and looked at her Evil King. When the two of them collided, the scales and carapace fiercely rubbed against each other. The sparks that shot out actually ignited the dry vegetation around them. As a result, she saw the Evil King standing like a mountain not far from Li Yunxin, his face flickering with uncertainty in the flickering firelight. And that dragon's son was also standing, but there were specks of dark golden blood dripping from his clenched right palm. As soon as it fell to the ground, a cloud of smoke rose up, like hot magma. Dragon's son grinned, revealing his sharp fangs, and smiled coldly. "Evil King, you have great strength. A great demon in the mysterious realm. You live up to your reputation." "Thank you." The Evil King did not speak. He was still frowning, as if there was something he could not figure out. After a moment of silence, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "Then, let me experience it again." As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced forward again and collided with Li Yunxin. But this time, the snake spirit was prepared. She immediately took out a colorful snake slough and covered herself in it. It turned out that her reaction was correct. A continuous series of explosions and roars immediately rang in her ears. It was as if the world had become a big drum, and the two terrible great demons had turned themselves into drumsticks, using all their strength to shake the earth. Boom! 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 The entire land was plowed into the sky by the two of them. The sky and the earth were overturned, and then tons of soil and rocks that they had blasted into the sky poured down, burying everything. Then, there was the intertwining of flames and smoke, and the continuous sharp hissing sound almost tore the eardrums. The snake spirit could feel that the magical weapon refined from her snake skin, which she used to protect herself, was being bombarded by the aftermath of the battle between the two. It was on the verge of collapse, like a small boat drifting on the stormy sea. This is such a terrible power. The battle lasted for a full quarter of an hour. When the snake spirit thought that she was about to die of exhaustion, the world finally returned to peace. She waited for 3 breaths before she dared to push aside the sand and gravel on her body, and poked her head out to look. The scene in front of her was no longer what it used to be. The land had turned into black scorched earth, and flames and smoke were rising from it. The world in front of her was like purgatory, and in the midst of the flames and smoke, Dragon Sun and the evil king were still opposite each other. But the evil king was still the evil king, and there was not a single injury on his body. But Dragon Sun's body was almost plated with a layer of golden light. That was the golden dragon blood. There was still mist rising from between his scales, but the mist had been dyed pale gold. However, he still stood steadily 5 steps away from the evil king and stared at him. Then he laughed again, and golden blood dripped from between his fangs. The evil king only said 1 strike, but now it has come so many times. After saying this, he took a step forward unsteadily. Because of this step, his body seemed to have suddenly split open, and the golden dragon blood flowed down from his scales like small streams. If we keep doing this, we won't be able to be good friends. The evil king still did not speak, and only stared at him. The snake spirit frowned, not knowing why her king was so abnormal. But she was not a stupid demon after all. She looked at Li Yunxin, and then looked at the evil king. Suddenly, she widened her eyes, slightly opened her mouth and stopped talking. She suddenly realized that her king was a demon of the mysterious realm, and this Long Jiu was fighting with a demon of the mysterious realm in the opponent's artifact for a full quarter of an hour, and he could still stand. And this was also what puzzled the evil king. For the first time he held back. It was just to teach this arrogant brat a lesson, and to see if he was really a dragon or not. So the first strike forced Li Yunxin to show his true form. In the end, it only scratched his skin. This surprised the evil king. According to the information he got through some channels, this Long Jiu used to be at the peak of the transcendent realm, but now he was at the true realm. But how big was the difference between the true realm and the mysterious realm? Even if he was Long's son, he couldn't. One must know that in the quarter of an hour after that, the evil king still had some strength left. But later, he hadn't met an opponent of his level for almost 1,000 years. The more he fought, the braver he became, the more excited he became. He had already used all his strength, but he didn't kill him. The evil king stared at Li Yunxin for a long time, and then said, "What did you do?" Li Yunxin laughed crazily. This laugh made blood flow. "I've said it before. You've obtained this magic treasure, but you're only using it to scare people and identify cultivators. It's a reckless waste of God's gifts." Octave Treasure's ancient scroll. Li Yunxin shook his head. The world's treasure. Those old fools of Daotong and Kinzo will go crazy when they see this thing. You used 2 pieces of iron to clamp it together. You ask me, how can a Yin spirit of the true realm stand in front of you for so long? Ha 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 ha. Now if I say I know how to use this thing correctly, do you believe me? I'm proficient in the art of painting. And this thing, although it's your artifact, how do you know how to use the spiritual power in this scroll? But how do you know how to use the spiritual power in this scroll? Li Yunxin narrowed her eyes. If we were outside, that blow of yours might have killed me. But in this scroll, the evil king, This is the home field of us Taoists. The flow of spiritual power, the pull of qi. There are too many things you can't see. The use of this treasure, you don't even know 1 out of 10 million. As he said this, the golden blood on his body was still flowing out. But neither the evil king, nor the snake spirit 7 Duanjin, had the slightest intention of taking advantage of him. Because he had already used reality to prove what he said. A demon of the true realm, using the opponent's artifact, fought to a draw with the demon of the profound realm. The evil king was silent for a long time, and finally said in a low voice, "Then, what do you want?" Li Yunxin finally let out a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and pointed at the snake spirit 7 Duanjin. The evil king and the snake spirit were slightly stunned. Then the evil king frowned. "You want her?" Li Yunxin let out a breath. "Come help me." Then, he fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 260. When he woke up, Li Yunxin was in darkness, and he heard the sound of iron rings rubbing against each other. He quickly realized that the sound came from his body. His hands and feet were tied somewhere. He lay on the cold stone floor, like a prisoner in a prison. But he didn't immediately get up, and didn't speak. Instead, he opened his eyes and stared blankly in the darkness for a while. This feeling wasn't common. It wasn't just referring to being captured or bound. It also included feeling like a person waking up from a dream, feeling limp, as if he had really had a big dream. It should be said that he hadn't slept for a long time. But now that he had this experience, it didn't feel bad. Then he tried to break free, but he couldn't. This meant that the thing that bound his body wasn't an ordinary object. Otherwise, if it was just steel, it would just be spider silk in his eyes. The thing on his body shouldn't have been used to bind him. Now that he was in human form, he could vaguely feel that the iron chains were thick, and each ring was as big as a bowl. This thing was just right for a whale. Then light appeared. Somewhere in the void far above his head, there was a hole, which meant that he was in a very deep and wide underground. Using the yellow light, he recognized the figure of the evil king. A huge demon fell from above, and after a while, landed in front of Li Yunxin. The evil king was holding a lamp like a human, but the light of this lamp seemed to be wrapped by some invisible force, and the light couldn't reach more than 5 steps away. Everything within 5 steps could be seen, but beyond 5 steps, it was still dark. The evil king landed in front of Li Yunxin, and silently stared at him for a while. Li Yunxin tried to sit up. He succeeded. There were 4 thick iron chains on his body, coming from somewhere in the darkness, and they almost buried him inside. The iron chains were black in color, and some of the rings were filled with mud, giving off a strong moldy smell. So he smiled. This isn't the way to treat a guest. But the evil king obviously wasn't in the mood to have a friendly conversation with him. The big demon stretched out his hand, and the octave treasure's ancient scroll fell in front of Li Yunxin. The iron plate was stabbed into the ground. The evil king pointed at the iron plate and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, how do we use this treasure?" Li Yunxin raised his hands. The evil king frowned slightly, but he still pointed from afar, and the chains binding his right hand fell off and quickly retracted. But there was another sound in the darkness. It sounded like iron chains rubbing against bones. Li Yunxin didn't care about it for the time being. At this moment, all his attention was on the iron plate in front of him. He stood up with some difficulty and pulled the iron plate over with one hand. Then he ran his fingernail along the seam of the 2 pieces of iron, which he pried open. Then his fingers moved along the seam, and the 2 iron plates were separated. Li Yunxin finally saw the true appearance of one of the 8 treasures' ancient scrolls, Misty Nun de Kai Di Mao. And then his expression froze for an instant. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Because he remembered when he was still a child, living in the mountain village, his parents had talked about this painting in a solemn but ethereal tone. One of the octave treasure's ancient scroll, the peak state that Taoists could reach, the world's most precious treasure, and the powerful relic of the art saint. But in fact, almost no one had seen what the art saint's handwriting looked like. At least no one had seen it in the past 1,000 years. At that time, Li Yunxin thought there were probably 2 reasons. First, the world said that the art saint was possessed by the devil, Since he was possessed by the devil, the less people saw the devil's things, the better it was. Daotong and Kinzo would hide them. Second, it was said that a long time ago, when the art saint was still alive, he didn't easily show his handwriting to others. This was easy to understand. An expert like that was always mysterious and unfathomable. When Ling Kongzi met Li Yunxin at the banquet in Wei City's Cheonghua restaurant, Li Yunxin made a treasure scroll, the perverted eating picture. At that time, Ling Kongzi was moved and asked him if the art saint was still alive, and if he had any relationship with the art saint. And she said that Li Yunxin's painting style was similar to the art saint's. At that time he didn't understand, but now in this unknown dark room, he was able to see the art saint's authentic work with his own eyes. Many of his previous doubts were answered. Li Yunxin was silent for a while, not knowing what to say, because this painting was as long as him, and half as wide as a person. It was such a huge painting. In fact, the content was only the size of 2 palms. It was like a 5 or 6-year-old child who just learned to doodle, scribbled in a crooked manner. There was a person in the painting. It should be a person. The body was a black line, and so were the 4 limbs. The hands were 5 short lines, and the head was a circle. There were 2 smaller circles in the circle, and there were 2 dots in the middle. This thing should be a person. The person's posture was crooked, and the lines were uneven, but it was obvious that he was bending over and raising his fist, as if he was going to hit something. As for what he was hitting a kitty cat. That's right, a kitty cat. It was the kind of white kitty cat with a pink bow on its head that all the little girls at his time liked. In fact, compared to the person, the cat was very well drawn, at least at the level of a 2nd-grade primary school student. The cat's eyes were 2 blackened dots. It was the black dot that was revealed through the hole in the iron plate. A person was on top of the kitty cat, and was about to punch her. Beneath them was something that looked like a rock. The stone was on a small hill. The hill was represented by a semicircle. Next to it was something that looked like a tree. Circles of orange paint were drawn in the air. Was that the sun that was about to set? Wu Song hit kitty cat. Li Yunxin stared at this 8 treasures ancient scrolls with mixed feelings. He stared at it for a long time, not knowing how to comment on it. Now he knew why so few people had seen the handwriting of the art saint. He also knew why the evil king sealed the painting with an iron plate. Was it embarrassing? At the same time, he strongly doubted Ling Kongzi's taste. He thought that Ling Kongzi was mocking him, not praising him. At first, the evil king looked at him coldly, expressionless. But when Li Yunxin couldn't help laughing, became silent, and then laughed again, he finally shouted at him. What's so funny? This is an authentic handwriting. In fact, Li Yunxin could understand the psychological state of this profound realm demon. He stopped laughing and comforted him. Okay, I know it's an authentic handwriting. Ha 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 ha. The evil king seemed to be humiliated, and wanted to take the painting away from Li Yunxin. But Li Yunxin hurriedly grabbed the painting, and tried to control his expression for 3 breaths. He carefully probed his spiritual power into the painting, trying to understand the flow of spiritual power in it. Soon, his expression became serious and solemn. He held the painting in his hand, his eyes half closed, and his brows slightly furrowed. He was silent for a quarter of an hour, then suddenly raised his left hand and waved it, without saying anything. The evil king understood what he meant. At this moment, Li Yunxin looked like a thinker who was extremely absorbed in the painting, and had no time to think about the outside world. He wanted him to untie his left hand. The evil king hesitated for a moment, then pointed again. The iron chain on his left hand also fell off. Then, Li Yunxin held the painting in her left hand, and used her right hand to form a sword and fingers. She traced the hilarious and childish lines in the air extremely slowly, following the strokes of the brush. It was as if every movement required all her strength. In just 2 breaths he was sweating profusely. His finger first fell on one of the man's arms. The arm was only the length of a finger, but Li Yunxin's finger only moved half the length of an arm, and then fell down. He suddenly raised his head and panted, as if his body had been pressed thousands of meters under the sea for hundreds of years. And now he could finally rise to the surface and breathe again. He stared at the evil king, then at the painting. His face was covered in sweat, and he murmured in surprise. How could this be? His father had told him when he taught him the art of painting. Those paintings with extremely high realms and profound ideas were not easily seen by ordinary people, or even cultivators with low realms. If they tried to comprehend it, the spiritual power in the painting might backfire, and people with insufficient cultivation would pay a terrible price. But Li Yunxin had never seen the treasure his father talked about, until he saw this thing. In ordinary paintings, there were meridians of spiritual power flowing in it, like the meridians of the human body, extending in all directions. If he followed the meridians, there would always be traces. But in this painting, the meridians could not be called lines. Countless complicated and indescribable spiritual power flowed and overlapped, forming a dense space. If the traces in the paintings he saw were all lines, then the lines in this painting were already woven into cloth. He tried to find a thread to follow, but even if he put all his energy into it, he could not follow it for long. Instead, he was quickly wrapped up, almost falling into it and suffering from the backfire. At this time, he finally realized this was indeed the relic of the art saint. It was a painting that had far surpassed his understanding of the great Tao of painting. Every trace of spiritual energy was integrated into the world. The painting was no longer a simple painting, but a part of the world. The childish lines in the painting were just the surface. The painter's realm was so high that he had completely broken away from the realm of using images to represent the image. And this casual scene on the painting was proof of the painter's fearsomeness. Li Yunxin stood rooted to the ground for a long time, unable to speak. When he was in Xianghua Tower, he also painted a painting of eating. The painters present all thought that he was being improper, but that improper painting was actually a treasure. Now he also understood how the painters felt at that time. At that time, he was really despicable. What an arrogant art saint. Seeing him like this, Evil King glared at him and said in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Li Yunxin did not answer him immediately. Instead, he thought for a while, and then casually threw the painting to Evil King. Evil King was slightly stunned. He did not expect Li Yunxin to return the treasure like this, after he received it with his own hands, without any reluctance. "What are you suppressing here?" After another 2 breaths, Li Yunxin raised his head and asked him seriously. Chapter 261. The expression on Evil King's face froze for a moment, but then he relaxed. Li Yunxin knew that the dullness meant that he had asked the right question. This place was suppressing something. The subsequent relaxation meant that Evil King believed that he could understand the painting and was not just spouting nonsense. The demon put on a stern face and said gruffly, "You can tell?" Li Yunxin thought about it and said, "I can't completely understand the meaning of this painting, but I can see something. I don't know the specific spiritual power composition, but this painting is used to suppress demons. It has the meaning of subduing the dragon and the tiger." He looked around in the darkness and said, "What is suppressed? Does it need the octave ancient scroll?" Evil King was a bit impatient and said, "This is not something you should care about." Li Yunxin said with a serious face, "I can't communicate with a layman like you. If you want me to teach you how to use this treasure, I need to understand it first. For example, I need to know what this thing is used to suppress. Then I can use it to figure out what it is used for. Think about it carefully. Do you want to tell me or not?" It had been a long time since someone dared to talk to Evil King like this. Moreover, Evil King was not the kind of person who would say, "Hey, he's being rude to me, what a special feeling." Thus, when he heard Li Yunxin's words, he wanted to vent his anger. But he was a demon who had lived for many years and knew that this dragon's son had this kind of arrogance, not to mention that he had some secrets. He suppressed his anger in the bottom of his heart and made up his mind to get what he wanted from Li Yunxin's mouth, and then teach him a good lesson. But even so, it took him a long time to make a decision. He held the lamp in his hand and thought for a while in the darkness, then subconsciously looked into the darkness. Only then did he frown and snort viciously. Fine, I'll let you see. But if you see him, don't think about leaving. As he said that, he raised his hand. Li Yunqin stopped him and said, "Wait a moment. Let me ask you first, where are we now?" The Diablo looked at him sinisterly and smiled. "Heh, as for where it is, it's at the bottom of this pitfall mountain." Li Yunqin thought for a moment and subconsciously blurted out, "Bottomless pit?" Pitfall Mountain and Bottomless Pit were the dwellings of demons and monsters in a supernatural novel in his previous world. At this moment, he also subconsciously raised it, but unexpectedly, the evil king was stunned again. Then, he carefully looked at Li Yunqin, and his expression became solemn. "You know quite a lot." After saying this, he took a few steps with the lamp in his hand, causing the ground to tremble. Then he looked at Li Yunqin again. "I don't know where you got all this information from, but since that was the case, there was no way he could get out. I'll give you this first. In the future, if I stay here with you, I'll have to interrogate him bit by bit." After that, he ignored Li Yunqin and raised the lamp high. Some kind of restriction on the lamp suddenly disappeared, and the light instantly spread out. This small lamp actually illuminated the entire underground cave. This bottomless pit turned out to be terrifyingly big. The evil king's pitfall mountain could be considered to have occupied a large area. But now that Li Yunqin saw it, the bottomless pit at the bottom of the pitfall mountain was many times bigger than the pitfall mountain. He was a great demon of the true realm. His eyesight was extremely good, but even he could see the edge of the cave. As far as his eyes could see, he could only see the darkness at the end. But the cave itself wasn't eye-catching. It was the thing behind Li Yunqin. The first thing he saw was the toe, but there was no flesh on the toe, only white bone. The white bone of this toe was as tall as Li Yunqin. The problem was that the phalanx of the foot wasn't alone. It was connected to the instep of the foot. The instep of the foot was also white bone. It was already like a small mountain. Above the instep of the foot was the leg bone. It was like a towering tree. Li Yunqin slightly opened his mouth, looked up, and realized that it was an incomparably huge skeleton. It looked like a human skeleton, but the number of bones wasn't right. There were more. There were terrifying bone spurs growing on the bones, like a thistle forest. But even the smallest bone spur on the skeleton was taller than Li Yunqin. The skeleton half knelt on the ground, its two arms stretched out to the sides, bound by countless thick iron chains. Li Yunqin realized that he was bound by a few of the countless iron chains. The huge head of the skeleton was lowered. Its black eye sockets looked down from the hundreds of meters high hole, as if it was looking down at the two people below it. It looked like this thing was trapped here when it was alive. Its arms were bound, stretched, and hung somewhere above. Then it was killed. So it maintained this posture, and was still hanging here after death. However, countless iron chains, which were as thin as hair compared to the skeleton, bound it tightly and fixed it in place. Compared to it, the evil king and Li Yunqin were like two ants compared to a tall adult human. Li Yunqin sucked in a breath of cold air. What is this thing? It was really too big. If it was still alive and standing up, it could be clearly seen from 100 miles away, right? The evil king was very satisfied to see such a scene. Longjio, who always seemed to be calm and confident, was stunned by this thing. He sneered. "I can't let you know this kind of thing. You just need to know that this is what the ancient scroll is suppressing. Now do you understand?" Li Yunqin looked at this huge thing, and after a while, he was able to speak. Because huge things were always shocking, especially for people like him. Especially for someone like him. His deepest memories almost all belonged to another world. And in that world, many principles were clear. People could easily judge what was possible and what was impossible. That was a rational world. But at this moment, when the rational Li Yunqin saw this thing, even in this mystical world, it was considered the most mystical among the mystical, right? He had never seen any records about it in the ancient books. So he was silent for a long time. And he was thinking about something in his mind. The Art Saint, the ancient scroll. The group of demons created by the Art Saint. And the background story of these demons. Suppression, huge bones. These clues were connected together. Thinking about the background story again. Why did he leave such a background? The painting of Wu Song angrily beating Hello Kitty was, in fact, a horribly complicated masterpiece. It was not as shallow and childish as it looked. So, all the things that the art saint did here, was it not as it looked like, just something that guy did because he was bored? A bold idea suddenly jumped out of Li Yunxin's mind. So he was silent for a while and turned around. Evil King, how long have I been unconscious? The Evil King was once again surprised by Li Yunxin's attitude. In fact, this feeling of surprise had always been there. It was like, you see a stranger as an enemy, and he behaved like an enemy to you. But that stranger was like Li Yunxin, repeatedly talking to you in a calm manner, no matter what you were planning in your heart. This Li Yunxin at this moment was like chatting with a friend, calmly asking him, how long have I been unconscious? It should be noted that he was imprisoned here, and such a secret was revealed to him. Where did he get his calmness and courage? It was like, this world was just a big dream to him. A strange feeling arose in the Evil King's heart. He had never felt such an emotion before, and this emotion made him more curious about Li Yunxin, and even temporarily diluted the hostility in his heart. So he thought for a while and reluctantly answered, just 4 hours. Li Yunxin thought for a while, and looked like he was a little relieved. Then he said in a serious and solemn tone, the previous question. I thought you killed old demon Fulu, and tricked his 7 sons to work for you. But in fact, things are not like that, right? I want to know the inside story. Li Yunxin's tone became softer. His expression also seemed to be softer. This made the Evil King's heart give birth to a strange feeling. This feeling made his heart tremble a little. It was as if he had eaten delicious food when he was extremely hungry, filling up the empty part of his body. He stared at Li Yunxin and shook his head in confusion. What kind of sorcery is this? Li Yunxin was stunned. Ha! The big demon stared at him and subconsciously patted his chest. The hard fist hit the carapace on his chest, making a metallic sound. Here. The demon didn't know how to describe this feeling. Seeing Li Yunxin's expression, he felt that he was thinking too much. But, what the hell is going on? Li Yunxin looked at him, and suddenly smiled in understanding. It's probably my charm, he said softly. Because he was seriously injured, his voice was a little hoarse. But it was more magnetic. It's not your fault that you like a beautiful and gentle person like me. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved it in front of the Evil King's face. The Evil King was a little dazed again. Then he heard Li Yunxin say, what is the truth? The Evil King stared at Li Yunxin for a while, blinking his eyes. Then he let out a low sigh and actually began to speak. That old demon Falu? I didn't kill him. In fact, you've already seen him. That's him. As he spoke, he pointed behind Li Yunxin, and as if he was afraid that Li Yunxin would misunderstand, he added, those iron chains are him. Old demon Falu's true body is a gourd vine. After a long time, he became a cultivator. He also formed 7 gourds on his vine. My 7 adopted sons were born from him. Li Yunxin interrupted. These? Did he tell you this, or did you see it with your own eyes? The Evil King blinked. What? I mean, you saw him cultivate from a gourd vine and become a human? Chapter 262. Diablo was slightly taken aback, then he frowned. How can I see it with my own eyes? I only remember it. How can anyone see it with their own eyes 2,000 years ago? What about you? Li Yunxin asked gently. It is said that a pangolin dug through a mountain to release you. You are a great demon. But do you remember yourself before you achieved Tao? What were you before? Diablo was stunned for a moment. What? I mean, for example, your true body is a scorpion. You achieved Tao and gained human form. Do you remember what happened before you took human form? But Diablo was stunned for a moment again. What? His tone and expression were exactly the same as before. Li Yunxin stared at him in silence for a while. Then he understood. This is the background story. Diablo and old demon Falu were both created demons. They remembered their origins. But when he asked about what happened before, then they froze. Mrs. Sanhua's current body was also created by herself. But the difference between her and them was probably that the soul that possessed her body was not created. That's why such a situation didn't happen? He didn't ask anymore, and only asked Diablo to continue. Sure enough, the great demon's stunned expression disappeared. He continued. After old demon Fulu gave birth to his 7 sons, something big happened one day. There was a pangolin that achieved Tao, and its nature was to randomly drill underground. Later, that thing befriended old demon Fulu and came to my place as a guest. That pangolin couldn't stay idle, so it dived underground again. In the end, just like that, a disaster happened. Diablo frowned slightly as he spoke, as if those things really happened and were still vivid in his mind. Then this thing came out. He pointed at the huge skeleton behind Li Yunxin. This thing is a prehistoric old demon. It was originally hibernating underground. It was awakened by that pangolin and came out to wreak havoc. We were at a disadvantage when we fought against him, and we were in a precarious situation. Old Devil Fulu's 7 children were also captured by him and placed in a pill furnace to be refined into magic treasures. Alas, what would happen if he refined it into a magic treasure? Diablo sighed and said, that old demon Fulu also has a treasure called the Rainbow Lotus. He and I snuck into the lair of the primitive old demon and took out the 7-colored lotus seed pod. The lotus seed pod sucked his 7 children in and instantly turned into a huge mountain, suppressing the primitive old demon. Old demon Fulu's magic treasure is a dual cultivator with his life. He knows that his lifespan is almost up. Then, he turned into countless iron vines and bound the old devil once more. Only then did we kill him. Li Yunxin listened quietly, then thought for a moment and said, but this thing is so big, there are no records of it. This area has been inhabited since 2,000 years ago. However, there were no rumors about it in the secular world. This matter is also remembered by you? Diablo widened his eyes. Of course I remember, of course it is true. But according to what you said, the 7 children of old demon Fulu were lured in and turned into a mountain to suppress the primitive old demon. Why are they still fine now? Diablo sighed. Of course they came out from the mountain after being suppressed. He raised his hand and pointed above. My Pitfall Mountain used to be a mountain formed by them. After they came out, the mountain became hollow. But it's a pity. They don't know what happened back then. I didn't want to say it either. But now they think that I am the one who harmed old demon Fulu. Li Yunxin stared at him for a while and realized that he was speaking the truth. He didn't ask anymore, because he was afraid that something bad would happen if he asked. At this point he felt that he understood some things. The huge skeleton behind him was definitely not what Diablo said, that the pangolin came out from the ground. According to the background story, the one that came out was Diablo. But Art Saint seemed to have used other methods to fine-tune the plot. Li Yunxin thought that Art Saint did so many seemingly pointless things here to suppress the skeleton. He first suppressed it, then made some demons to guard it. As for why there was a background story and fake memories, he felt that this might be a key point. This was the key point of this matter, and also the key point of the painting path he was currently cultivating. According to his current thinking, it was probably related to wish power, or something like that. But he didn't dare to speculate or deduce the key point, because the painting had truly shocked him. He used to think that he was a genius with extremely high ability and comprehension, and his understanding of painting path was also considered to be at the top of the world. But after seeing the ruins of Art Saint, he realized that he was just a frog in a well. Because of this, he didn't ask anymore. But the problem was that even if Diablo was created, he was still a great demon with extremely high cultivation. He originally came to harm him, but after seeing this painting, he changed his mind and planned to trick it into his hands. But now that he knew so many things, he changed his mind again. He didn't dare to take this painting anymore. Who knew what would happen if he took the painting away, and whether the terrifying skeleton behind him would come back to life? Who knew what kind of terrifying thing that skeleton was? This world was too mysterious, and there were too many secrets. In the past, he had an incomparable sense of superiority towards this world. But more and more things were slowly wearing away his original playful heart. Now he gradually realized that he seemed to be in a trap. And the trap was set up by the most terrifying group of people in this world. They began to wrestle with each other a long time ago. The visible and invisible, the sound and the silent war began thousands of years ago, and it had yet to end. He was involved in this trap from the moment he was born, and now he was becoming more and more important in the trap. But this also meant that he was sinking deeper and deeper. Li Yunqin sighed. Okay, maybe what you said is true. It sounds like you're not a bad guy. Let's make a deal. I'll teach you how to use the ancient scroll, and you let me go, okay? The evil king blinked and thought for a while. He was hesitating, and the reason why he was hesitating was because of Li Yunqin. In fact, from the moment he saw this big demon, Li Yunqin had been trying to influence him. It should have been in vain. He didn't know this demon very well, and the demon was very cautious. But then the evil king put him into the painting. For a painting Taoist priest, the painting was his home field. He was the successor of the art saint. Although there was a world of difference between his realm and the mysterious saints, some principles were still the same. When they were talking, he couldn't see the flaws in the environment, but it was different when they were fighting fiercely. The environment in the painting was transformed from the true meaning of the painting. He and the evil king plowed the land upside down, and the qi in the painting was affected. The environment in the painting had to be repaired, and it wouldn't always be that dilapidated. And when the qi moved, there were traces to follow. For an ordinary Taoist painter, finding the flow of qi in such a complicated painting, using it, and influencing it was a task as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But Li Yunqin wasn't one of those painting Taoist priests who had withered and were kept by Daotong or Kenzo. In the midst of the battle, he had found certain routes of spiritual power flow and used them. Over there, using them meant that he could control the world in the painting to a certain extent. This was also the reason why, as a true realm demon, he was able to survive the all-out attack of the evil king, who was in the profound realm. But at the same time, he did something else, something he was best at. He also used the qi in the painting to influence the evil king's consciousness during the battle. But he couldn't do it perfectly at that time. But it was enough to plant a seed in his heart. When he woke up and found himself in the darkness, he was secretly happy. And when the evil king appeared with a lamp, the environment was dim, and the light was dancing. This was one of the two things he loved the most. In such an environment, facing someone who already had a seed in his heart, he could do a lot of things. For example now, if Li Yunqin had made such a request 2 hours ago, the evil king would have snorted and laughed at him for being whimsical. But now, the evil king had hesitated for a long time. The dragon's son, in front of him, made him experience a strange emotion. This emotion was gradually washing away the hostility in his heart, making his will more and more shaky. He even thought, what if I let him go? This dragon's son looked very gentle, and his words were also gentle, like a person who would keep his promise. If he talked to him properly, he didn't have any grudges with the dragons. He wouldn't necessarily harm him, and maybe they could become good friends. As for other people, other things, what did it matter? So the evil king's eyes finally softened. He thought for a moment and said, I don't have any grudges with you. If someone didn't tell me that you might come here to trick me, we wouldn't be like this. If you promise me that you won't tell anyone about this ancient scroll, and teach me how to use this treasure, I will let you go. Maybe we can be friends in the future. It's also a good thing to drink and have fun. Li Yunqin smiled and nodded. Okay, I promise you, but you have to untie my feet first. The evil king didn't hesitate this time. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Li Yunqin's feet, and the iron chain was untied. So he sighed softly. This iron chain was really something. When he was locked just now, he couldn't even run his wagon smoothly. He really didn't know what it was made of. Was it really the incarnation of the old demon Fulu? But now he didn't want to pursue these things. He just wanted to get away as soon as possible. It had been almost a day since he left Dongting. He had to go back as soon as possible. Otherwise, someone would be anxious. But at this time, suddenly, a deep thunderous sound rang out above their heads. Chapter 263. It was because of this sound that Evil King suddenly frowned. Li Yunqing cursed in her heart. This is bad. But the second loud sound came immediately. This time, the sound was louder, and the vibration was more violent. Even their feet were trembling slightly. Evil King was dazed for a while, and suddenly his eyes widened. You actually tricked me? He woke up from the hypnotic state just now. It was originally just an emergency measure. Li Yunqing couldn't treat him like a patient, and he didn't have enough time to complete the act with the other party's cooperation. What he had been doing was to carefully guide and amplify the other party's emotions. But today's sudden situation had pulled Evil King's attention away, and he got rid of Li Yunqing's control. Li Yunqing sighed, smiled bitterly, and slowly raised his hands. Evil King's magic is great, I obviously failed. As soon as he finished speaking, the third roar came. Evil King stared at him again, looked up and waved his hand. Then there was a little light above them. It was the hole he came in from. A figure appeared in the hole. My king, someone outside is challenging you. The voice sounded familiar. It seemed to be the snake spirit 7 Duanjin. Who is it? Why is there such a big commotion? The snake spirit hesitated for a moment, and said, he calls himself Hatred. Evil King was slightly stunned, and turned to look at Li Yunqing. But he found that Li Yunqing's face was also surprised. But at this moment, Evil King knew that this guy was very cunning, and it was hard to tell whether this expression was fake or not. Hatred. If it was really hatred, it meant that he was the big brother of this guy in front of him. Evil King had never seen Hatred, but he had heard of his name for a long time. He looked at Li Yunqing fiercely, and said in a deep voice, Good dragon Jiu. You actually played a trick of inside and outside, huh? Li Yunqing was silent. He felt that Hatred should come for him. But the problem was, Hatred was not necessarily hatred. The first time he met his brother was by Dongting Lake. On that day, he had just killed Yunzi and cheated back the translucent jade slip from Kunwazi and Lord Dongting. Then Hatred shows up with a dragon token, claiming that he is entrusted by the dragon to come to Dongting to do something. Hatred's human appearance looked honest and mighty, but Li Yunqing still remembered. After the sky turned dark, his temperament suddenly changed. He even started to refer to himself as this young master. That was the 9th young master's favorite nickname. Since then, Hatred had disappeared without a trace, but now he suddenly appeared. That guy, if he really came for him, how did he know that he was in Pitfall Mountain? His momentary silence made the Evil King think that he was feeling guilty. Don't think that I'm afraid of you dragons. Humph. That Dongting Lake has inhibition formations, but do you think my Pitfall Mountain doesn't have any? I've been guarding the Pitfall Mountain for 2,000 years, and it's like an iron bucket. He points up while sneering. Even if the dragon comes here, it will take him half a day to break this inhibition formation. Li Yunqing thinks for a while and spreads out his hands. You misunderstood me. He is not here to save me. He is here to kill me. If you don't believe me, we can go up and confront him outside. Or we can ask him to come in and confront him. You know I am telling the truth. When Li Yunqing lied to him, the Evil King believed him. But now no one believed him when he told the truth. The Evil King looks up and laughs. Do you think I'm stupid? Ask him to come in? Humph, you wish. But if you want to confront him, I will ask you to confront him. Have a good fight. At this moment, the big demon in the mysterious realm has almost lost his mind. He held a monster's blood feast, but Dragon Sun showed up. Dragon Sun knew so many of his secrets, and Dragon Sun almost fooled him into letting him go. Now that he has just woken up, this guy's big brother came to bully him. These dragons are really arrogant. Do they think they can come and go as they please? Li Yunqing frowns and waves his hand. Evil King, you don't have to be like this. I was forced to deceive you just now. It would be better if he didn't say deceive and deceive. Hearing these two words, the anger in the Evil King's heart becomes even stronger. He has never been deceived like this before. Once this accident is over, and I really let Dragon Sun go, it will be a great humiliation to me. So he takes 2 deep breaths and sneers. Deceive me? I will let you have a taste of this. After saying this, he pounces forward and grabs Li Yunqing's throat. Li Yunqing doesn't move. letting him do whatever he wants. He only says in a hoarse voice, "Sai, why do you have to do this? You are the enemy of us dragons." When the evil king heard him say us dragons, he is even more certain of his thoughts. He doesn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. His fingers move randomly, casting some kind of magical power. An iron chain stretches out from the huge skeleton and wraps around Li Yunxin's head. But the iron chain disappears in an instant. Li Yunxin finds that he can't speak. The iron chain seems to have sunk into his body, not only making him unable to speak, but also restraining his joints. When the evil king moves his hand, he also moves like a marionette. The evil king takes a step back and looks at Li Yunxin proudly, sneering. "Hee, I will let you have a taste of this." After saying this, he swings his arm and takes Li Yunxin up into the air. When they arrive at the hall of the Pitfall Mountain, they find that it is already a mess. The braver demon kings are crowding around the cave entrance, while the less courageous demons are running around. But the demons of the Pitfall Mountain know that there are restrictions on the mountain, and it seems to be orderly. When the demons see the evil king, they start to clamor. But the evil king only sneers and doesn't say anything. He takes Li Yunxin and strides towards the exit. The demons obediently make way for them. When the evil king walks past, they follow behind him like a swarm of bees. These demons are stupid. When the evil king isn't here, they are afraid. But when the evil king is here, they throw their fear to the back of their minds and only want to watch the show. When they are about to reach the exit, the evil king waves his hand. Li Yunxin is restrained by him, walking stiffly beside him. After a dozen more steps, they can see the situation outside. The sky is already dark. But although the sky is dark, the scenery is not dark. This was because the Pitfall Mountain was enveloped in a layer of 7-colored light, illuminating a large area nearby. In this light, a tall man wearing a golden crown and a yellow robe stands a dozen steps away from the cave entrance. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back, staring into the cave. When he sees Li Yunxin and the evil king, he squints his eyes fiercely, then grits his teeth and smiles. Good brother, good friend. You really are here." But Li Yunxin can't say anything, so he can only show a smile on his face. The evil king and he stop at the cave entrance, staring at each other from afar. The demons behind them are still clamoring, but the evil king stares at the man for a while, then shouted, "Don't be noisy." The demons immediately become silent, not making a sound. Seeing the evil king's imposing manner, the man also stares at him, then smiles at Li Yunxin. But this smile is not from gritting his teeth. Instead, it is sweet, as if he has missed him for a long time, and now he finally sees him. Looking at his smile, Li Yunxin knew what kind of smile it was. It was like a pervert who had finally caught his prey and was about to torture him. Then he would pick up a sharp knife and slice the meat off his body bit by bit with a smile. Li Yunxin knew what kind of smile he was going to make. Hatred smiles like this, then said, "Ah, good. I was worried that you would sneak into the Pitfall Mountain, get caught and hurt by this old demon. Now that I see that you are unharmed, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief." "My good brother, good friend." Hatred stares at Li Yunxin. "You and I were going to work together to destroy this Pitfall Mountain. But now I can't come in. What should I do?" At this point, Li Yunxin feels that he can confirm his identity. Under the appearance of Dragon Sun Hatred, there is another person. Although he doesn't know how or why, but he knows. The person who is talking to me now is the 9th young master. It is the 9th young master. In this world, there is probably no one who knows the 9th young master better than me. At that time, he was trying to survive carefully, and the 9th young master is an insurmountable and dangerous factor for him. He must, with all his attention and all his energy, cater to him, observe him, guess at him. Through his words and actions, he can infer his heart, character, and predict his movements. Then, he will rack his brains and use everything he knows to lead him into a dead end. Because of this, he knows that this is the familiar 9th young master. Your enemy always knows you the best. Therefore, he knows what this person is thinking now. This evil king is angry at me for playing with his emotions, and now he wants to take revenge. Therefore he controls me, and wants to return the same trick to me. But Evil King's hatred, how can it be compared with the ninth young master? There is probably no one in this world who has a stronger idea than the ninth young master about giving him a taste of his own medicine. Evil King sneered when he heard the words of the ninth young master in hatred's body. He squinted at Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin can read the meaning in his eyes. It is nothing more than as I expected. Li Yunxin also smiled. He doesn't want to talk at all. Evil King looks at hatred again. Hey, we are working together from the inside. You think too highly of yourself. But you don't know that your ninth brother has already turned to me, right? You stupid worm. Don't you use your brain to think about it? Pitfall Mountain is only hundreds of miles away from Dongting Weishui River. And we have been neighbors for thousands of years. Which one is closer? Today, I will tell you. It is your ninth brother and I who set you up. Hatred is not annoyed at his words at all. He smiles sinisterly. Closer? You are closer to my real ninth brother, aren't you? You ask the person beside you. Is he Long Jiu or a cultivator named Li Yunxin? Chapter 264. Li Yunxin was happy to see the two quarreling. Hearing the ninth young master's words, he showed a hint of surprise on his face. But in front of Evil King, the ninth young master's words made him believe it. Hatred said that the person beside him was a cultivator. He had thought so for a long time. If he wasn't a cultivator, how would he know how to use the ancient scroll in his hand? How could he activate the spiritual power in the scroll? As a great monster king of the mysterious realm, it was the first time for him to quarrel with a human. Now that he caught a glimpse of the slightly panicked expression on the face of this Dragon 9, he felt even more delighted. Suddenly, he felt that it was more interesting not to kill him immediately, but to make him more and more frightened. It was a new world that he had never experienced before. So he opened his mouth and said, "You think I don't know? Not only is he a cultivator, but he is also a Taoist painter. Hey, your ninth brother has told me everything. If I don't tell you, how can I find your weakness and take your life?" When he said these words, the ninth young master was slightly stunned. He looked at Li Yunxin and then at Evil King, and didn't say anything for a long time. Evil King saw his expression and knew that he believed it. Since he believed it, he had achieved his goal. He turned to look at Li Yunxin, and then showed a happy smile. He whispered, "I was wondering why you like to lie to people. It turns out that you are so happy. It's a pity that I am happy now, but you are crying. Hee. If your brother believes me, guess how he will treat you later?" Li Yunxin blinked. Evil King laughed again. "I don't know where you come from. You are the son of Shinryu, the fake dragon's son. But since you call each other brothers and are dragons, hey, I don't want to kill you with my own hands. It will be troublesome if the old dragon comes to find trouble with me. Now someone actually delivered himself to my door to do this for me. Ha ha ha. I'll throw you out and watch you brothers kill each other." He stopped laughing and suddenly raised his eyebrows. He said fiercely, "That's what's more enjoyable." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunxin suddenly felt his body lighten. The restraints on his joints had been removed, but his mind was still numb, and his mouth could not speak. The Evil King didn't let him speak. He raised his hand, as if he was going to throw Li Yunxin out. However, Li Yunxin took a step back and leaned against the stone wall, quickly carving a few words with his finger. The Evil King did not want to see what he had written. He had experienced this person's methods before. He didn't even know what method he used or when he used it, but he almost fell into his trap. How could he not be careful? Therefore, he activated his divine ability and reached out to grab Li Yunxin again, and was about to throw him away. However, although he did not want to see it, the words were right behind Li Yunxin. The engraving was deep and large, but it still came into view. The Evil King glanced at it, and was shocked, because he saw that what Li Yunxin had engraved was, "You have a spy here." He was slightly stunned. The Evil King was not a stupid demon. If he was stupid, Li Yunxin's method of deceiving him would not work. It always needed a smart person to think more, so that he could play tricks. So when he saw this word, his heart skipped a beat. He had previously known some things about this Dragon 9. through some information channels. For example, he was now in the true state. When the person who gave him the information told him those things, he was skeptical. Today, when he saw Li Yunxin with his own eyes, he knew that it was true. But the problem was that the information was true, and the person might not be trustworthy. Now that he saw Li Yunxin engraving such words and his anxious expression, he could not help but hesitate. He saw that Li Yunxin kept blinking, as if he had something to say. So he weighed the two choices of throwing it out now and listening for a while. Finally, he waved his hand and removed the seal in Li Yunxin's mouth. He heard Li Yunxin immediately say in a deep voice, "You have a spy here. That hatred outside is indeed here to seek revenge. If you didn't have a spy here, how would he know my whereabouts?" When Li Yunxin said this, he meant it. This was indeed the question in his heart. But on the other hand, he really needed the evil king to remove the seal in his mouth, so that he could deal with the upcoming situation. However, his sincere words were taken as an excuse by the evil king. The great demon sneered. "I was wondering what you wanted to say. So it's this. Hey, how would you know? Think about it in your next life." After saying this, he suddenly threw Li Yunxin. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the misty seven-colored light at the cave entrance. Li Yunxin was thrown out like a rock by him, and the colorful light closed up immediately. After a breath, Li Yunxin stood firm on the ground. He was only 3 steps away from hatred. The 9th young master stared at him like a poisonous snake, revealing a dangerous smile. Hatred was a demon in the mysterious realm, which was even higher than the evil king. Therefore, he was not worried that the person in front of him would escape from his hands. And this Li Yunxin seemed to know that he had nowhere to escape. He sighed slightly and stood still. The 9th young master smiled, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked around him. Then he came to the front of him and looked him up and down carefully, saying, "What a good little man. Who would have thought that it would be like this? When I saved you that night, you were like a drowning dog. Who would have thought that a few months later, you would actually kill this young master?" He stretched out a finger and scratched Li Yunxin's face. But the body of dragons was strong, so it only left a few white marks on his face. TSK, you have a beautiful face, but your heart is too bad. Now you are in my hands. Tell me, what should I do with you?" After saying this, he narrowed his eyes. This was one of the expressions that the 9th young master liked. And this expression meant that some dangerous emotion was about to break out. And then there might be a storm. Li Yunxin knew him well. So he also knew that the 9th young master, who had been hurt by him, was willing to tell him the truth. So he sighed softly. "If I say I don't want to, you won't believe me. Do you remember when I asked you to find trouble with Ling Kongzi by the Wei River? At that time, I did remember for a moment the many things you did for me, and I didn't want to hurt you." The 9th young master narrowed his eyes and grinned, showing his fangs. And then, Li Yunxin raised his head and stared at him. "You told me that you ate Missine alive." The 9th young master was stunned. He blinked a few times and looked at Li Yunxin. After a while, he suddenly got close to him, almost touching his nose. "Because of a person?" Li Yunxin didn't dodge, but looked back at him. "I told you before, 9th young master. I told you that Lu Laodao was my friend, and I told you not to eat him. But Missine was also my friend, and you ate her. I told you before. If you really treat me as a friend, why did you eat my friend?" The 9th young master looked at him in disbelief. After a while, he suddenly turned around and walked away, then turned back. "How would I know? You have so many human friends. This person is also your friend, and that person is also your friend. How would I know? If you didn't tell me, how would I know?" His tone gradually became hurried, and in the end, he was almost roaring in a low voice. Fine scales appeared on his cheeks, and his body began to emit a light red mist. But the mist was hot, like the air of fire. But Li Yunxin was still calm. He looked at the 9th young master's face for a while, and then turned to look at the entrance of the pitting mountain not far away. The demons and the evil king were still there, watching with great interest. They were just watching, but they didn't seem to hear what they were talking about. They just stretched their necks, and their faces were full of excitement. Maybe the ninth young master didn't want others to hear their conversation, so he used some magical power. He was silent for a while, and then said, "So that's the problem." He looked at the ninth young master seriously. "If I don't tell you, you won't know. But I can't tell everyone everything. You see people as pigs, dogs, and ants, and you eat them. And I was also a human at that time. So, we were not suitable from the beginning." The ninth young master was furious. He stared at Li Yunxin and shouted angrily, "It's you! You said you wanted to be my friend." He was so angry that dense scales covered his whole face. His body expanded in an instant, almost revealing his god-fiend body. But his godly demon body was the godly demon body of hatred. Different from Long Jio's, he was golden. Dazzling golden scales covered his entire body, and an even more brilliant golden mane covered his neck and back. Even his horns were dazzling. But they weren't coral antlers. They were two sharp horns like swords pointing straight to the sky. He stood in front of Li Yunxin like a giant beast, and from his nostrils, red and thick clouds of fire. Li Yunxin's hair began to burn in the fire clouds. But he didn't seem to feel the pain. He looked up at the ninth young master and said word by word, "Yes. I said I wanted to be your friend first. But I lied to you. I lied to you. And I don't feel good in my heart. So for the sake of our past friendship, I advise you, leave quickly. The evil king and I have set up a big formation in the Pitfall Mountain. You can't do anything to me. And the me standing in front of you now is the real body of my soul. My real body is still in the Pitfall Mountain. Just now, I asked the evil king to let me come out and say these words to you because of our friendship. You killed the me in front of you, and I only lost some of my cultivation. But you may not be able to escape. Don't tell me you want to die again?" Li Yunxin once again stabbed his heart with a sharp knife. So the big demon in front of him finally lost all his senses and became completely and madly angry. He didn't say anything, and suddenly raised his hand and hit Li Yunxin's skull. With a bang, the body in front of him turned into a pile of meat. Chapter 265. The demons in the cave couldn't hear what the two were talking about. But when they saw that hatred was getting angrier, they knew that things weren't going well. However, sympathy was a very rare thing for the demons. Therefore, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned for a moment before they burst into thunderous cheers. Dragons killing each other. How many people could witness such a scene? Even the evil king was slightly stunned. He originally thought that the two might turn against each other. But who knew that they would really turn against each other? And Long Air really killed Long Jiu without hesitation. After a moment of shock, he also laughed wildly, thinking, "Hey, that kid actually played tricks in front of me. Now he also knows. How can I be easy to deal with? This is called lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own feet." He laughed wildly for a while, causing the two big teeth in his mouth and the two big horns on his head to tremble. He could only wait to see Long Air leave with his tail between his legs. After all, it was an internal fight between the two brothers. And now that there was no evidence, what did it have to do with his Pitfall Mountain? But it was funny that Long Jiu was too smart for his own good, and actually provoked a demon with both wisdom and courage. But the next moment, the laughter and cheers in the cave slowly became sparse. Because that hatred seemed to be a little strange. He killed Long Jiu with one palm. Then he looked over here. Hatred, who had revealed his demon body, seemed to have a raging flame burning in his eyes. He stared at the entrance of the Pitfall Mountain in a daze for 2 or 3 breaths, and suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar. "Get out of here!" As soon as his voice fell, hatred turned around and pounced over. It was a kind of terrifying aura, like a mountain purgatory. It was the aura of a super big demon that belonged to the realm of profound life. When he moved, it was as if the whole world moved with him. The air around him turned scarlet in an instant, as if the flames in his eyes were burning the very air itself. Hatred left a trail of flames wherever he went. His face was distorted and terrifying in the red-hot mist. His fingertips seemed to be made of freshly forged steel. Before the evil king could react, hatred had already crashed into the restrictive spell of the Pitfall Mountain. The tremors and rumbles this time could not be mentioned in the same breath as the previous three. At the point of contact, the colorful light instantly dimmed and almost disappeared. Yazi's sharp claws pierced into the barrier in the raging flames. The evil king could almost see that his red and shiny fingertips had broken through the barrier a little. Then, like a wild beast, Yazi tightly clasped the invisible barrier with both of his hands, and then roared at the sky and began to tear the barrier with all his might. Flames rose from his body and soared into the sky. The pillar of fire was like a sharp sword that pierced through the heavens, and it would not stop until it cut through the restrictions of the Pitfall Mountain. The monster kings in the cave were all dumbfounded by the great demon's rage. After a moment of daze, these demons were all scared out of their wits. Like headless flies, they fled in all directions. This was the first time they had witnessed the wrath of the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, this furious Dragon Clan was the strongest expert below the Grand Supreme Realm, the vast life mystical realm. They did not have the time to think about why hatred was so furious. They just wanted to find a hole and hide in it, so that they would not be implicated. Only the evil king was dumbfounded. Hatred was only 3 steps away from him outside the restrictive spell. He had seen Long Air's face and actions clearly, but he didn't know, where did Long Air's anger come from? Or in other words, why did he vent all his anger on him? When he said, "Get out here," wasn't that directed at her? This was too much. He raised his eyebrows when he saw the restriction of Pitfall Mountain being torn apart by Yazi, almost tearing a crack in the void. However, hatred's divine power seemed to be limited. He could only tear a small crack, and could not expand it. Once he was not careful, the crack would close up. Hatred would fly back, and stare at the inside of the cave with his burning eyes. Then, he would pounce on the restrictions and tear them apart again. After this happened 3 or 4 times, the evil king was also frightened. At first, he only wanted to wait for hatred to realize that he could not break the restrictions, and then leave. But hatred was even more desperate, as if he wanted to die with him. He finally could not stand it anymore and shouted, "Hatred, don't be so ungrateful. You and I are both in the profound realm, and I have been managing this Pitfall Mountain for thousands of years. Do you really think you can defeat me here?" He was rational, but the 9th young master was not rational. He was a demon that had lived for thousands of years, and was also the king of all demons in the world. He condescended to save a person, a little person that he used to see as food. Then he put down his pride, and sincerely wanted to make friends with that person for the first time. In the end, he was tricked to death by that lowly little thing, and his real body was taken away by him in some unknown way. That time was already a great humiliation that made him go crazy just thinking about it. But now, not only did that little thing not know how to repent, it even kept on saying that it was indeed a lie. Moreover, it had once again been tricked by him. Just now, he killed the real body formed by his soul, and his real body was still in the Pitfall Mountain. This was not something that could be described as great humiliation. As a result, the originally impulsive and violent 9th young master had already lost all rationality because of Li Yunxin's meticulously arranged and calculated words. When Evil King's words fell into his ears, they were like the whistling of the wind. How could he understand the meaning behind them? He only thought of one thing: kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The pitiful Evil King thought that he had tricked Li Yunxin, but now he had jumped into his own trap without knowing it. Seeing that hatred did not pay attention to his words, he felt that he had made up his mind to fight to the death with him. He was a 2,000-year-old demon king, a tyrant of a region. Even though he still had some doubts in his heart, and felt a little puzzled, how could he lower his voice and reason with this crazy dragon boy at this juncture? He was tearing at his own door. If he tried to reason now, wouldn't the demon kings laugh at him for being a cowardly rat in front of the dragon son hatred? Therefore, the evil king let out a roar. "Little ones, get into formation and tear this long worm apart." The whole Pitfall Mountain shook. 12 hours ago. 12 hours ago, Li Yunxin had just appeared in the desert of the Stone Forest Mountain. In the eyes of the snake spirit Qi Duanjin, he was just a white figure in the scorching air. At that time, Li Shan was still in the hall of the Myrtle Palace in the Lord Dongting Mountain, paying attention to the other Li Yunxin's every move. He was very puzzled as to why this guy was still playing around in such a dangerous situation. At first, when he heard Li Yunxin, Lu Laodao by Yunxin, and the little servant girl sitting in a circle, and saying things like Lord, loyal subject, traitor, etc., he thought they were discussing the current situation. But as he played with Mrs. Sanhua and listened carefully, he slowly realized that they were playing a strange game. Li Shan was a demon now, but as Tan Liang, she was not a demon in the past. She used to have many identities, so although her realm wasn't high, she was very knowledgeable. He knew that Li Yunxin was now in the true state. In the true state, it was possible to cultivate the magical power of soul incarnation. But as far as he knew, Li Yunxin had only been in the true state for a month. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to cultivate such a magical power in such a short period of time. But he was knowledgeable after all. What if this person was very perceptive, a genius among geniuses, and really had a 1 in a million chance to cultivate it? Even if he could cultivate it, there were still many restrictions. Li Yunxin was now only in the realm of enlightened immortal, the lowest level of the true state. In this realm, the incarnation of the real body couldn't be more than 30 miles away from the original body. 30 miles. It was 100 miles away from the middle hall of the Ziwei Palace, in Mount Jun to the nearest Dongting Lake. Even if he had an incarnation, he still couldn't get out of Dongting. Once he was far away, the real body would return to its original position. Thinking of this, she felt a little relieved. She just continued to watch him carefully. Like this, she stared at him for 6 hours. First, Lu Laodao seemed to be tired, so he proposed to take a break and get some food. However, Li Yunxin seemed to be having fun and didn't hear it at all. Bai Yunxin was also tired of watching, so she said, "Let's go. Let's play another day." After saying that, she stood up. She stood up, and her maid followed her. So only Li Yunxin was still murmuring something excitedly. He refused to move, as if he had forgotten himself. He didn't even know that the other 3 had left the table. Seeing this scene, Li Shan instinctively frowned. Lu Laodao seemed to think of something. He hurriedly blocked Li Yunxin. He said, "Brother Xian, let's play another day." Then he helped him up and walked to the side hall. But Li Yunxin followed Lu Laodao and was still talking about the words he just said when they were playing. At this time, Li Shan finally took a deep breath and realized that something was wrong. The Li Yunxin in front of him was not the Li Yunxin he knew before. Rather than calling it a great demon, it would be more accurate to say that it was a puppet with a muddled mind. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly found an excuse and said that he needed to leave for a while. That Sanhua was having fun with himself. He didn't know what he was mumbling to himself, so he didn't care about him and just let him be. Li Shan left the main hall first, and then hid in the forest like a gust of wind. When he saw that there was no one around, he climbed up the steep rock wall and took a huge risk to go around to the window of the side hall in the middle of the main hall and poked his head out to take a look. He saw the Li Yunxin that was carried into the side hall by Lu Laodao turn into spots of light and dissipate in the air. He heard Lu Laodao sigh. "Sigh, I'm not good at Taoism. If Brother Xian were to draw, this figure wouldn't disappear even after 2 days." Chapter 266. Li Shan's head is buzzing. It's a dummy. Then where is the real Li Yunxin? He carefully and slowly retreats from the cliff in case of disturbing Lu Laodao. As soon as he gets to the ground, he immediately flies into the water. He avoids the demons guarding the periphery of Mount Jun and goes to the Sanhiku next to Dongting without stopping. There used to be Egret town near the Sanhiku with smooth roads and convenient transportation. Therefore, his senior fellow apprentice Fu Liangzi, who pretends to be Kun Wuzi, sends someone here to wait for possible news. Now it finally comes in handy. An emptiness realm cultivator is waiting there. He works very seriously. Li Shan sees him when he arrives at the lake. He immediately shouts, "Go back and report that Li Yunxin is missing." The cultivator is confused about why the great master asks him to wait for a message from a demon. But the authority of Wuxia makes him suppress this doubt in his heart. At this moment, he doesn't look down on Li Shan. Instead, he listens carefully. After hearing that, he asked again, "Is that all you have to say?" Only then did Li Shan compose himself. He carefully sized him up and said, "Who else knows that you are here?" The cultivator answers calmly, "My coming here is a secret of the great master. No one knows." Li Shan is relieved. He knows he can talk more with him. He thinks for a while and says, "Report to your great master that Li Yunxin is missing. He has disappeared for about 6 hours. He left a fake body in Dongting and lied to me for 6 hours. I guess he should be going to." The cultivator frowns slightly and raises his hand to interrupt him. "Wait a moment, Taoist friend." Then he takes out a figure from his sleeve and throws it out. The figure soon turns into ashes. Then he looks at Li Shan. "It seems to be very serious. I'll ask the great master to come in person." Li Shan can't help but look at him a few more times. This Taoist has an extraordinary temperament. Therefore he asks, "What's your name?" The Taoist salutes, "Song Yuezi." He doesn't speak anymore. Li Shan also becomes silent. But this silence didn't last long. A stream of light appeared on the horizon, and Wuxia descended from the sky with strong winds, causing Song Yuezi's sleeves to flutter. Seeing that his sect leader had arrived, the Taoist priest bowed again and silently left. Li Shan wasn't in the mood to say anything else, and continued, "Up until now, Li Yunxin has already disappeared for 18 hours. He created a fake body on Mount June. I don't know if he sensed something was wrong." Wuxia was slightly stunned, and then he said, "Soul transformation true body?" However, he quickly thought of what Li Shan had thought before and denied his own thoughts. "No, he's at the true realm, so his avatar won't be able to go too far and do nothing. Yes, I think I must have left Dongting in person. Didn't you find it?" The exit was guarded by a Taoist priest. "Let's not talk about this for now." Wuxia frowned and paced back and forth with an ugly expression. After all, he wasn't the Wu of the past. He might look exactly the same, but his state of mind and experience were much different. He wasn't a real and calm Xian realm cultivator. After pacing back and forth, he turned around and said, "Could it be that he went to Stone Forest Mountain?" "That's what I speculated too," Li Shan said. "He said something to me before. He probably said that he wanted to ask the big demons to besiege the city of Wei, so that you can kill them. Now it seems that he's probably going there. But I don't know if he already suspected me before, and if those words were to deceive me. Now, you have to make a decision." Wuxia was stunned. "What decision?" Li Shan looked at him and sighed. "Li Yunxin is full of tricks. We don't know what he's going to do. He gave us the element of surprise, and we'll give him the element of surprise. We can only make plans after the situation is messed up. In my opinion, no matter what he does at Stone Forest Mountain, we have to make him fail." "You said that Wuxia saw long air, and hatred seemed to have a grudge against him?" Wuxia thought for a while and his eyes brightened. "Yes. Tell that hatred that Li Yunxin is at Stone Forest Mountain. No matter what grudge they have, that Xian realm big demon will cause trouble if he goes there. This is easy. We set up a big tactical formation to find the remnant soul of Wuxia. Although we didn't find him, we found the trace of hatred. I will send someone to inform him later." "There's another point," Li Shan said to Wuxia through the inhibition of Dongting. "We have to catch all the people in Dongting. We used to think that Li Yunxin is a cruel and merciless demon. He can use anyone and abandon anyone. But according to my observations over the past few days, he still has feelings for me. Let's not talk about others. Just look at Lu Laodao Hun Yuanzi. He values that old man very much. He is like a servant and a friend. And the few demons under his command are also loyal to him. I think he can't let them go. Catch them all and take them as hostages. If things change again, there will still be room for negotiation." Wuxia listened to Li Shan saying so much in one breath, and his face was a bit dull. After a while he sighed. "What on earth have you been through these years? You are not the same person as before. You have become so decisive and fierce." Li Shan pursed his lips and wanted to say something but stopped. But soon he smiled. It's not a good time to be sad. We have to act quickly. I am now at the peak of the transcendent state. These days, I have been leading the demons in the lake, and I have a summer palace. Although it is not stable, it can be used. When Li Yunxin took me out of Dongting, I set the exit outside. You can come to Dongting from outside through my summer palace. Now there is only one big demon in the lake by Yunxin. If you come, it will be safe. Kuan Wuzi was stunned and then he frowned. Are you crazy? Although I am in the true state, my body is even stronger than that of the Xian state. With my cultivation, if I borrow the way from your summer palace to enter Dongting, the Reiki in my body will definitely attack your inner palace. How can the Reiki in your body contain my Reiki? It will seriously injure you. Maybe you will die. Li Shan stared at Kuan Wuzi for a while and suddenly sneered. Senior brother, you these years, have you been living too comfortably? Kuan Wuzi was stunned, and he made a sound of confusion. Then he heard Li Shan's voice become cold and fierce. Do you know what kind of situation we are in now? You have all kinds of treasures in Daotong, and stand aloof from worldly affairs. But do you know how demons live? This is Dongting, not Yunshan. Li Yunxin is a sinister and cunning demon, and he is not a Xianmen cultivator. When you were in Yunshan, you felt that everything was under your control, and you could slowly plan. But now, these days, the more I spend time with Li Yunxin, the more shocked I am. We underestimated him. If he really goes to Stone Forest Mountain now, it is very likely that he will bring back 1/3 of the demons in Qing Kingdom to attack the city of Wei. You only know that he has been quietly hiding in Dongting for so long. How do you know that he has not already made a plan and is only waiting to kill us? Now the situation is completely out of control. We are going to start the final battle. The final battle. Either you die or I die. Have you forgotten how Ling Kongzi and Yunzi died? Did they still feel that everything was under their control even at the moment of their death? Kuan Wuzi was rendered speechless by his torrential interrogation. After a long time, he sighed in a low voice. Okay. Junior brother, you are right. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, but don't hurt her. Li Shan was slightly stunned, and then immediately laughed. His tone suddenly became calm, and he stared at Kuan Wuzi. Okay. I know. She that Ling Kongzi. She stared at Kuan Wuzi for a while and said slowly, if we really find her, I will spare her life for you. Now gather your people, the people of Daotong, and the spies of our Freemasonry around here. Ask them to move. Everyone move. Okay. Kuan Wuzi said in a low voice. I will go back to the city of Wei to arrange something. After that, I will borrow your temporary imperial residence to enter Dongting. Li Shan looked at him. Go quickly. Therefore, for hours later, an emptiness realm cultivator found hatred. At this moment, hatred was still hatred. He didn't want to cause more trouble. He was entrusted by the divine dragon and had his own wishes. For a long time, he wandered around Dongting and the city of Wei and watched the development of the situation. Therefore, he was quite surprised by the arrival of the Daotong cultivator. The messenger of Daotong told him that Li Yunxin is now in the Pitfall Mountain. At this time, this news was no longer a speculation. A spy like Tan Liangzhu, who was now among the demons in the Pitfall Mountain, was activated and quickly sent back information to confirm Li Shan's speculation. But the strange thing was that hatred didn't seem to be interested in it. At this time, he was lying on a big green stone in the forest and basking in the sun. He lazily stared at the Taoist priest who called himself Song Yuezi, and yawned. But what does it have to do with me? Song Yuezi was slightly stunned. According to the words of the great hierarch, hatred should have gone to the Pitfall Mountain immediately after knowing the news. He might even vent his anger on him, because Kuan Wuzi had ambushed him before. That was a deep hatred. Therefore, this mission was extremely risky, and he could be killed by a moody demon in anger. But looking at Yazi now, it was indeed not the expected reaction at all. Song Yuezi suspected that he had leaked some information. Therefore, he stood under the big green stone and thought for a while. He said, that Li Yunxin. It is said that he had a disagreement with the Lord Tongtian near Dongting. Now we got the news. Hatred stood up slightly and looked at him condescendingly and strangely. Disagreement? Li Yunxin? You mean my ninth brother who calls himself Li Yunxin? He is my ninth brother and also the dragon's. Where did the disagreement come from? Hey, you Taoish priest. The big demon narrowed his eyes dangerously. Are you here to make fun of me? No wonder you are not afraid of me at all. You are up to no good? Song Yuezi was more and more confused. He felt that things were completely out of his control. He looked up to the west. The sun was about to set. Chapter 267. When the head priest ordered him to do this, he said it was extremely urgent. But the current situation, he couldn't do it? He frowned. I am also a cultivator, not like those ignorant mortals. It was true that Lord of Tongtian was famous in the world. But if he was timid in front of Lord of Tongtian, it would be rude. But is the Lord Tongtian testing I? That's not necessary. This news is absolutely true. The Lord Tongtian will know when he goes to the Pitfall Mountain. Hatred didn't look at him anymore. He yawned lazily and lay back on the rock. Get lost. Song Yunzi wanted to say more, but Hatred waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. He didn't see any strange phenomenon, but Song Yunzi suddenly felt a fierce blow to his chest, as if a small mountain was crushing down on him in an instant. He was greatly shocked and immediately circulated the spiritual energy in his body to protect himself. However, the full power of an emptiness realm cultivator was like dust in front of the casual attack of a profound realm great demon. In just one breath, Song Yunzi finally couldn't resist anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness. The sun finally set. When he woke up again, it was because of intense pain. It was as if his body was being torn apart by some kind of power, and his flesh was being torn off piece by piece. The pain spread from his arm to every corner of his body. Even in his coma, he couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Then he realized that wasn't an illusion or a dream. One of his arms was held in Hatred's hand. The sky was dark, but the forest was silent. Even the mosquitoes didn't dare to buzz. There was a bonfire under the rock, but the fire could only light up a small area. The surrounding area was filled with the shadows of the trees, as if they were ghosts. But now, the arm he was holding was dripping with blood. His forearm was almost to the bone. It was not a cut or a bruise, but it was cut by Dragon Sun's hatred with his sharp nails, and then tore off his muscles with 2 fingers. Song Yuzi was stunned. Although the pain was still intense, he had regained consciousness. It was also because he regained consciousness that he realized he was being eaten. He was eaten alive. Hatred's face was right in front of her. His eyes shone brightly in the flickering firelight. There were still traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he was chewing slowly, as if he was eating some dried fruit, while looking at himself calmly. The devoured cultivator and the devoured demon stared at each other for a while. Then, Song Yuzi clenched his teeth and widened his eyes, because while Hatred was staring at him calmly, he tore off another piece of muscle. Song Yuzi clearly heard the sound of his flesh being torn off his arm by the demon. It was the first time he knew. It sounded like tearing cloth. The demon raised his head slightly and put the bloody flesh in his hand into his mouth, but his eyes were fixed on Song Yuzi the whole time. After watching for a while and swallowing the mouthful, he laughed. Cultivators really do have to taste better. It's chewy, not like the rotten meat of mortals. But if you don't scream now, you'll be choking your breath in your lungs, and it will sour my delicious food. Sweat oozed from Yunzi's forehead like rain, soaking his hair and clothes. But the demon's hand seemed to be made of steel. It held him firmly. The emptiness realm Taoist didn't dare to act rashly. He could only grit his teeth and bear the pain. He widened his eyes. Why did Lord Tongtian eat me? Then Song Yuzi found that Hatred was stunned. Although it was only for a short moment, he knew that his eyes wouldn't lie to him. It was as if his words had evoked the past in the demon's heart. His hand and expression froze together. Then the demon suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at him carefully for a while, saying, "You are interesting." He stopped. He didn't want to eat him for the time being. Song Yuzi didn't know why his words had such an effect. He just wanted to be tough and calm to buy some time for himself. But since it was effective, he clenched his teeth again and didn't look at the terrible wound on his arm. I'm here to send a message to Lord Tongtian. When two countries fight, they don't kill envoys. If Lord Tongtian kills me today. But he was surprised to find that hatred suddenly frowned with a puzzled look. What message? Song Yuzi was stunned. He didn't know if this temperamental demon was making fun of him. But he still forced himself to be spirited, pretending that he had never spoken to Yuzi before, and repeated Yuzi's words word for word. Then he found that Lord Tongtian was absent-minded again. He was staring at him, but obviously his mind was not on him. It was as if the demon had passed through his body and seen far away, and things that happened a long time ago. After a while, the demon's focus returned to Song Yuzi. The demon grinned, showing his sharp teeth. Li Yunqin, yes. Song Yuzi gritted his teeth and tried to calm himself down, because he found that hatred liked this kind of calmness in the face of danger. Since Lord Tongtian has received the message, how about letting me go? I've entertained you with flesh and blood. Now it's time to go back and report. But hatred didn't let him go. He smiled again. Interesting. Interesting. I've seen such an interesting little guy before. And I've seen the second one tonight. Hearing this, Song Yuzi was delighted. He knew that things might work out. So he became calmer, and even tried to force himself to treat hatred as a friend. Since you're interesting, why not make friends? Lord Tongtian usually. His words came to an abrupt end. At the moment when he heard the word friend, hatred's eyes suddenly burst with a terrible light. She pulled Song Yuzi in front of her and bit his neck. The Taoist's cervical vertebrae were immediately bitten off, and his breath was instantly cut off. Blood gushed out from the neck and splashed all over hatred's face, but he didn't care. Instead, he shook his head fiercely like a real beast and bit the Taoist's neck until it was completely bitten off. The Taoist's head rolled on the ground. Then he threw the headless body next to the bonfire and gritted his teeth. Friend? Bah! You don't deserve it. Then he soared into the sky and flew towards the direction of Pitfall Mountain. After the meeting between Li Shan and Kunwazi, and before Song Yuzi found hatred, there were some other disturbances beside Dongting Lake. It didn't refer to the shore of the lake, but the surroundings of Dongting. The cause of the incident started from the Su family in Su Town. The Su Town where Su Wang used to live. The head of the family, Su Zhizhang, and the key figures of the family took a gaily painted boat to Dongting to celebrate his father Su Wang's birthday. However, the boat was caught in a storm. Then the Dongting was blocked by some invisible force, and no one could get in or out. Everyone knew that this was a dangerous business. But after all, the head of the family still had some power, so it was peaceful for a few days. But after half a month, they couldn't hold back anymore. The Su family was originally a business with a huge amount of wealth. But in such an era, if one didn't have power, then the more wealth he had, the more dangerous it would be. The Su family was different from the Yu family. The Yu family didn't have many descendants and they got rich late. Even though they had a big family, they really had no foundation. However, the Su family had been building power for a long time. In a covert way, the descendants of the Su family went to school, but they didn't take the imperial examinations. They read classics and history since childhood, and they also learned the way of business and life. When there was a chance, they would go out to be an advisor. The officials of the Qing kingdom always worked in different places. The officials had no foundation when they came to a foreign place. Without the support of the local powerful families, it was difficult for them to do anything. And the Su family was naturally a first-class power in the states and prefectures near Dongting. With smooth connections and rich family property, it was possible for the descendants of the Su family to curry favor in the officialdom. Moreover, they did have enough talent to handle many things behind the scenes. Therefore, in the states and prefectures near Dongting, advisor of the Su family was a famous signboard. The ignorant people of the Qing kingdom liked to say, the Daqing state belongs to the Zhao family. And some people near Dongting also said that the 4 states and 16 prefectures belonged to the Su family. Now such a big family lost its leader. Naturally, there would be many people fighting for it. Half a month after Su Zhizhang disappeared, the drama of fighting for power and profit took place in the mansion, making this first-class rich and powerful family restless. There was no peace for a day. Nearby officials with a little ambition were happy to see the chaos. A strong and powerful Su family would make it convenient for them to do things, but no one liked to be controlled by an invisible force and lose freedom. With such complicated and contradictory thoughts, they watched the joke for more than a month. But one day, they were surprised to find that all the disputes disappeared. The Su family seemed to have elected a new patriarch in a single night. What was strange was that the new head of the family was a son of a concubine named Su Ziyuan, who was not very popular one day ago. No one knew how such a young man became the head of the family. Some curious people went to inquire, but they couldn't find out anything. Some officials had advisors who were members of the Su family, so they beat around the bush to ask their advisor's opinion. Although the answers they got were expressed in different ways, the general meaning was the same. They had no objection to it. These people from the Su family were truly monsters. No wonder they could be powerful for 200 years. But the strange thing didn't end there. Soon, people learned of another thing. The young man named Su Ziyuan claimed that he was the former head of the Su family, Su Zhizhang, who disappeared in Dongting Lake more than a month ago. Chapter 268. When the news came out, it was at night. On this night far, far away, in a place called Pitfall Mountain, two powerful fiendish demons were fighting. But how could the ignorant people know that this has anything to do with the Pitfall Mountain, the city of Wei, and the Dongting Lake? They only knew that the new head of the family, Su Ziyuan, suddenly fainted that night. It was said that he was in a coma for 4 hours. Then he sat up straight on the bed in everyone's eyes. But his spirit and temperament were completely different. He looked at the people around him coldly with a straight face and then shouted, "Where are the others?" At that time, there were only 2 doctors, 4 maids and 3 manservants around him. This new head of the family didn't have enough authority to convince the public. It was said that the reason why he could get this position was the result of some people in the family weighing the pros and cons. They thought that if the Su family continued to fight like this, it would be better to elect a puppet and let everyone discuss everything. Thus, this puppet was suffering from an acute illness. Why would it be in a hurry? But then things became different. Su Ziyuan, whose temperament and tone changed, claimed that he was Su Zhizhang. At first, everyone thought he was having a fit, but Su Ziyuan soon revealed a lot of secrets that only Su Zhizhang knew. Only then did the people panic. All the housekeepers of the nearby families rushed to Su Ziyuan's place overnight to ask questions. Not only did Su Ziyuan clearly explain Su Zhizhang's habits and hobbies, he even picked out the important internal secrets of the family and the various arrangements. There were many things that even the stewards of the various branches didn't know about. After 4 hours, people finally believed that the Su Ziyuan in front of them was Su Zhizhang. As for why it was like this, Su Zhizhang told him a mystical story. The Su family and people in the nearby state knew the rumor that Su San, the ancestor of the Su family, made a fortune. It was said that Su San was fishing in Dongting Lake. He cast a net and caught a rusty copper bottle. He opened the copper bottle, and a water god floated out from the bottle. The water god called himself the 10th young master, and was the descendant of the divine dragon. When he went to the heaven with the dragon, he secretly ate the steamed bun, made by the Queen of Heaven for the heaven sovereign. Therefore he was sealed in that bottle and thrown into Dongting. Long Sun thanked Su San for saving him, so he wanted to fulfill his 3 wishes. Su San was not a greedy person. His first wish was for the Daqing state to be fair, prosperous, civilized, and harmonious. His second wish was for the people of the Qing kingdom to be patriotic, dedicated, honest, and friendly. His third wish was his own. He hoped to get some money so that he could get a wife. The 10th young master of the water god felt that Su San was a very good person, so he gave him a lot of money and treasures. Thus the Su clan became prosperous. Everyone knew about this rumor, but they just treated it as a rumor. But now Su Zhizhang, who had possessed Su Ziyun, said that he had seen the 10th young master again. According to him, the pleasure boat encountered a huge storm that day, and the boat capsized. He fell into the water and lost consciousness. Nobody knew where he had drifted to. Then he was suddenly awakened by someone. When he opened his eyes, he saw a solemn and dignified deity lifting him up and placing him on the shore. This deity claimed to be the descendant of the 10th young master of the lake water god and the dragon god. He said that he had once had a close relationship with Su Zhizhang's ancestor. There had been a storm in the lake, so he was patrolling the lake and happened to see him fall into the water. He then asked Su Zhizhang and found out that he was the descendant of Su San. Thus, he did not hesitate to violate the laws of heaven to save Su Zhizhang. However, Su Zhizhang's body was already completely destroyed, and his soul could not return. Thus, the water god invited Black Bai Yanjun. Black Bai Yanjun took out the book of life and death to look. It said that the Su family had a person called Su Ziyuan. In his previous life, he was an evil person, so his life was short in this life. However, the karma of this life was over, and he was about to die. Coincidentally, he could make a body for Su Zhizhang. Naturally, Su Zhizhang did everything he could to refuse, but the water god would not listen to him. So, he begged Black Bai Yanjun to extend Su Zhizhang's life. The Yama king could not bear the water god's kindness, so he took Su Zhizhang's soul back and threw it into Su Ziyuan's body. However, this time, the water god had overstepped his duty and interfered with life and death. Therefore, according to the laws of heaven, he would be tied to the immortal beheading platform and struck to death by lightning. However, Black Bai Yanjun said that the 10th young master was returning a favor from the past, and there was a reason for it. Therefore, if many people in the lower realm could pray for the 10th young master and offer incense, once the celestial emperor was touched, the 10th young master might be able to escape the calamity. Su Zhizhang, who possessed Su Ziyuan, told such a strange story, which was hard to believe. However, if he believed that Su Ziyuan's body was really Su Zhizhang, what did it matter if he believed it or not? Therefore, the Su family spread the news overnight, and there was no lack of even more bizarre processing. When the heavens were about to light up, everyone in Su town knew about it. The Su family seemed to really want to repay the kindness of the 10th young master of the water god. Not only did the people of Su town know, but they also sent many servants to all directions to tell everyone they met. The villagers who were not knowledgeable might think that old master Su really wants to repay the kindness. However, the more knowledgeable people, such as the officials in the government, saw something else. Let's not talk about whether this Su Zhizhang was real or not. Even if it was fake, it seemed that the infighting had indeed stopped after the Su family released such news. The ignorant commoners only saw miraculous things, but they saw deeper. The Su family used this method to announce that the family's power structure had stabilized, and now they spread the news in all directions, in order to dispel those who had ulterior motives and were plotting against them. The news itself was absurd, but this was probably because the Su family only wanted to convey an attitude. Since the situation had stabilized, the officials could no longer watch the show. In addition, the advisors by their side had indeed told them some truths that made these old masters unhappy, but were indeed very useful. For example, the officials of the state government usually received a lot of benefits from the Su family. But a few days ago, when the Su family suffered a great disaster, they didn't help them. Instead, they allowed all kinds of evil people to mess up the situation. If it were an ordinary aristocratic family, the masters wouldn't have cared about their thoughts. However, the Su family was a first-class tyrant, and it wasn't as if there had never been a precedent of disobedient local officials being pushed out openly or secretly. It was not a wise move to offend such a family, therefore they had to do something to show their attitude. For example, if the Su family wanted to mobilize those ignorant villagers to pray and protect, they would not care about it. Some people accepted this suggestion, but some did not want to buy it. However, those who did not want to buy it soon found that things were not under their control. When dawn came, many people swore that they had received the 10th young master of the water god in their dreams last night. They said that he had saved Su Zhizhong and was being punished by thunder, hoping that they could worship and pray for him. After all, he would protect one side in the future and give them a lot of good karma. These people were distributed in all directions, and there were nearly 100 of them. They were not the Su family in the courtyard with high walls, but the villagers who seemed to have nothing to do with the Su family. This method might seem childish and laughable to some people, but in the short period of a few hours from the night before yesterday to the morning of the next day, indeed, a lot of people were stirred up. It was not only because of the strange things in the Su family, and some people did dream of the god, but also because the Su family said that anyone who was willing to pray for the 10th young master of the water god would be given one tael of silver. There were more than 2 million people in 4 states and 16 prefectures. How many families were there? The Su family was throwing away money like this. It was as if they were going to lose all of their wealth. At this time, even the most rational people had to try to believe that it was indeed because Su Zhizhong piously wanted to repay the kindness. Therefore thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people's power of faith began to gather in Dongting Lake because of this terrible, desperate and powerful mobilization ability on the body of 10th young master Li Shan. At this moment, Li Shan was somewhere by Dongting Lake. He didn't dare to return to Mount June. But if they already suspected him, it didn't matter now. The raid would be launched soon. Moreover, he had also received information from the spy in the Pitfall Mountain. Li Yunxin was killed by hatred. It was a shocking and unbelievable news. Both Li Shan and Kunwu couldn't believe it. The leader of Langya Cave abode, the real Kunwu, who was stronger than Li Yunxin, suddenly died. But that was the result of Fu Liangzi's secret operation and arrangement. In fact, it could be said that he had been preparing for 46 years, since the day he lurked in the orthodoxy. But the thing about Li Yunxin, he went to Pitfall Mountain by himself. Even with the help of the two of them, hatred of Dragon Sun also went. But Li Yunxin was a sinister and cunning person. Would he really die like this? Therefore, Li Shan and Kunwu met again, and came to a conclusion that was hard for them to accept. That Li Yunxin probably cultivated his soul into the real body. He went to Pitfall Mountain with his real body, and then his real body was killed. But this also meant that Li Yunxin's real body was not in Dongting Lake. The real body of a cultivator at the level of enlightened master must not be more than 30 miles away from the real body. If Li Yunxin's doppelganger went to Pitfall Mountain, then the real body must be within 30 miles of Pitfall Mountain. This was a conservative deduction made by someone who didn't want to believe that Li Yunxin really died like this. Then the plan should continue. If Li Yunxin died, it would be safe. But it was a pity that they couldn't capture him and interrogate him about some things. If Li Yunxin didn't die, and only his doppelganger was killed, then things would be even smoother. If the real body was killed, the real body would be greatly injured, and his personal ability would plummet. Even if Li Yunxin was still in the real state, he would be a very weak one. If they captured the people in Dongting Lake, he would never be able to do anything. Therefore, at this moment, Li Shan stood on the surface of Dongting Lake, carefully feeling the strange pleasure of the countless weak power of faith gathering into his body. He was at the peak of the transcendent state. Now, he felt that he was going to become the second real state in this lake. After waiting for so many years, this day finally came. Chapter 269. In the early morning, there is a thin mist over Dongting, but then the sun rises and the mist slowly disappears. It is already the end of September. Although the weather is not cold, it is still slightly cool in the morning and evening. Dew gathers on the leaves of the plants on Mount June Island, and the ground in the forest is also slightly wet. It is very quiet. Ziwei Palace on Mount June is also quiet. There is no one here. Bai Yunxin and her maid left at dawn. Only Lu Laodao, Sanhua, and the nominal owner of this place, Red Lady, are left in the hall. A cultivator and 2 demons don't need a lot of sleep. But a cultivator and 2 demons don't have anything interesting to do. Therefore, the three of them do their own things. Lao Dao is practicing the nature will righteous spell. He is trying to nourish the inner courtyard of the purple mansion, hoping that one day he can go to a higher level. Sanhua is also practicing, but Lao Dao can't understand her way of doing it. He only thinks she is playing. She used to be a yin spirit without a body. Although her words are strange, her logic is still clear. But now she has this body. She doesn't look like a normal person anymore. Lao Dao doesn't know why. As usual, Red Lady lives in the back hall at a higher place. She only shows up occasionally to patrol around Mount June Island. Then she either drinks or stays in the room. In short, it is a seemingly boring morning. But the other three don't think so. Kuan Wuxia flicks his fingertips a few times to destroy the magic circle eye. At the same time, he carefully suppresses the wacken that is running around, so that it won't give birth to abnormal signs or warnings. Snake Monster 7 Duanjin and Li Shan are guarding him. Seeing that he stops, they ask, "How is this magic circle?" Kuan Wuxia looks up and gently breathes. Now the three of them are halfway up Mount June, surrounded by lush and dense forests. Looking up like this, they can see a little blue sky in the forest at night, and the middle hall of Ziwei Palace, that is higher against the blue sky. A corner of the golden cornice rises from the cliff, shining in the sun. He glanced at it before saying, "That was close." Then he frowned and said, "It seems that Li Yunxin really isn't here. This formation is extremely exquisite." They entered Dongting 2 hours ago. With the weak power of will of hundreds of thousands of people in the 4 states and 16 prefectures around Dongting, Li Shan finally breaks through from the peak of the transcendent realm to the real realm. As a result, the spiritual energy in his body became denser, and the temporary imperial residence became more sturdy. Finally, Kuan Wuxia and Qi Duanjin were lured in. Then, logically speaking, he should immediately break into the Emperor's Star Palace and capture the people in the palace. That was what he thought as well. But once they stepped into Mount June, they immediately felt powerful restrictions and several arrays. The method of setting up the formation was familiar yet strange. It was similar to Daodong's method, but the method was different. Kuan Wuxia had also come into contact with the Kenzo people, and knew that it was not the Kenzo Dharma. Therefore, she knows that it must be set up by Li Yunxin before he left Dongting. This array formation was like a spider web after spider web. Although it couldn't block the power of lightning, it would still make it difficult for people to move. They didn't know how many arrays there were in front of them. Once they rushed in rashly, they would be in a dilemma. It would be a joke. Moreover, Li Yunxin was insidious and cunning. It was better to be safe. Therefore, the powerful lineup of 2 real realms and 1 transcendent realm chose to break the inhibition step by step and advance slowly. Soon they realized that their choice was right. Li Yunxin was a pervert. So far, they had broken 34 arrays, and they didn't know how many arrays there were. If they had underestimated the enemy and rushed in directly, let alone whether they could get away or not, the people in the palace would have enough time to escape. He really had the time and the thought to create so many things on this mountain, and the arrays were very exquisite. Exquisite and insidious. If Kuan Wuxia hadn't learned enough experience, understanding, and knowledge left by the predecessors in Daotong in the past 46 years, he would have fallen into the enemy's trap more than once. However, it also meant that Li Yunxin was really not in Dongting now. It also meant that Li Shan's inference was right. The demon cared so much about the people in the palace that he even spent so much effort to protect them. However, no matter how many arrays there were, the number was limited. 4 hours later, the three of them stepped on the square in front of the middle hall of Ziwei Palace. They met with Lu Laodao in the field. Laodao was practicing the cloud hands of water cloud power. At that time, he turned around and saw the 3 of them coming out of the forest beside the square. The 4 of them looked at each other for 1 second. Laodao didn't panic or escape. He raised his hand and took out a figure from his sleeve. He shook it in the air and it burned out. Then he pointed his sword at the 3 of them and shouted, "Go!" But nothing happened. Laodao immediately realized that there was something wrong with the arrays on Mount June. He didn't dare to be brave anymore. He turned around and took 2 steps back. He raised his hand and threw out another piece of figure. He was an emptiness realm cultivator. Compared with the wild Taoists he used to be friends with, he was already a great master. But in the eyes of these three, what was the difference between an emptiness realm cultivator and a defenseless child in the mortal world? The figure released by an emptiness realm cultivator was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Kun Wuxia didn't make a move. The 7th level Transcendent Realm Cultivator, who had the lowest cultivation level, had a chance to show off. The snake spirit, who had been hiding in the Pitfall Mountain for many years, sneered and stepped forward. She was about to use her strong body to break the figure. But after taking one step forward, she felt something was wrong. Once the figure was burned out, a large number of golden-armored strong men appeared in the sky. They shouted in unison, then took out their weapons and slashed down. Li Shan hurriedly shouted, "Be careful!" He and Kun Wuxia had been hiding in Daotong, so they knew what it was. It was a talisman created by a cultivator at the peak of the Transcendent Realm. It could summon the immortal generals at any time. When Ling Kongzi wanted to kill the 9th young master, he summoned this thing. 7th Duanjin was not a dragon's, and there were too many of these strong men. If he was not careful, he might be seriously injured. Li Shan shouted at her to retreat, then flew forward to receive the blow. Sparks flew all over his body, and his flesh was almost cut open. Who knew that this was not the end? The old Taoist threw out a talisman to summon the golden-armored strongman, but his hands did not stop moving. He took out a few scrolls from his sleeve and threw them over without looking at them. The scrolls burned in the air and turned into a green-armored swordsman. The swordsman shouted, "My sword is your sword." Then he attacked like a gust of wind. Another strong man wearing armor and holding a huge sword landed on the ground. He chanted a strange spell. "I need a horse." The huge sword released a burst of golden light and rushed over with a roar. The two of them looked like humans, but there was a grayish-green fish-headed monster with a mouth full of fangs. It held a half-moon scimitar full of saw teeth. There was also a demon with a rat's head holding a short crossbow. There was also a big bird that looked like it was formed from ice crystals. It opened its mouth and shot out an icicle. This time, even Kun Wuxia's eyes widened. He didn't know what kind of monsters they were. Thus, he didn't dare to let his guard down, and also rushed over. After Lu Laodao threw out many treasures, he escaped into the hall like a gust of wind. Li Shan and Kun Wuxia blocked these monsters, and only asked 7th Duanjin to go around and chase after them. Unexpectedly, when they fought, they realized that the 5 aggressive monsters that appeared later were actually good to look at but useless. They were like mortals who had learned martial arts. The talisman of the true realm cultivator struck out, and it immediately turned into specks of light in the air. The dozens of golden-armored warriors, on the other hand, caused the two of them to expend some effort, but it only took them 3 breaths of time. The two were stunned for a moment, and also chased after them. With Lu Laodao's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to summon those golden-armored strong men. It could be seen that these treasures were left for him by Li Yunxin. Although that Laodao's strength wasn't good, he was calm in the face of danger. Unfortunately, no matter how calm he was, he couldn't fight against a true state cultivator. Like a shooting star chasing after the moon, Kun Wuxia crashed straight into the hall of the middle hall. That old Taoist Lu still wanted to stretch his hand into his sleeves. Kun Wuxia chopped out with his hand, causing him to fall to the ground. When they looked around the hall, they saw a woman with a red helmet and armor staring at them with her eyes wide open. Without saying anything, a wave of spiritual energy shot over and caused her to fall to the ground. Everything happened in 3 breaths' time. At this time, 7th Duanjin had just entered the hall. Kun Wuxia threw the two of them to one side. "Go and find that red lady." Li Shan naturally didn't need his order. He went to the back door of the hall to look for her. After another quarter of an hour, he also brought Red Lady over. The man and the 2 demons on Mount June were all captured in less than an hour. This matter was exceptionally smooth. It was so smooth that Kun Wuxia felt it was a little strange. But when he looked at that Lu Laodao, although his meridians were sealed by spiritual energy, and he couldn't move, he could still speak. This Lao Dao glared at Li Shan. After staring for a while, he gnashed his teeth and said, "You thief! Why did the restrictions on my Mount Dao lose their effectiveness? So it was you, thief." Kuan Wuzi frowned slightly as he sized up these three people. Lao Dao appeared to be filled with righteous indignation, but the three flowers didn't say anything. His eyes turned around, as if he was thinking about how to escape. At this moment, the calmest one was Red Lady. She was thrown on the ground, leaning against a table in the hall. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Kuan Wuzi, then at Li Shan. She said, "Do you know what you are doing?" Li Shan ignored her, and carefully checked the hall with 7th Duanjin, to see if there were any clues, or arrays left by Li Yunxin. The two of them cooperated very well, as if it had become a habit. Kuan Wuzi smiled. "Of course I know. You are the princess of Dongting, the daughter of Lord Dongting." He pondered for a while and said, "We came here for these two people. The princess suffered an unexpected disaster, but Li Yunxin escaped. Does the princess know where he went?" Red Lady seemed to think for a while, and looked at Lu Laodao again. Then she blinked. "Who are you?" Chapter 270. I am Kuan Wuzi. He thought for a while and added, "Daodong's Langyi Cave's High Master Kuan Wuzi." Red Madam raised her eyebrows. "I've never heard of him." Kuan Wuzi laughed. "Princess, you don't have to be emotional. I know you like Li Yunxin, but I'm afraid you have to give him up now. Do you know how is Li Yunxin now?" As he spoke, he looked at Lu Laodao's reaction. Red Madam did not speak. He smiled and said in a deep voice, "Li Yunxin went to Pitfall Mountain. You and I both know about this. But what you don't know is that hatred also went there. And he killed Li Yunxin." As he said this, he saw the three captives looked at each other. Lu Laodao sneered. Kuan Wuzi laughed again. "Why? You don't believe me?" Laodao raised his head and stared at him. "So what?" Kuan Wuzi walked in front of him and looked down at him. "I know that the one who died was his incarnation. But I also know that his deity level is not in Dongting now. Now the Taoist priests of my cave are looking for him. The demon incarnation of the truth state was killed, and his cultivation base was greatly damaged. But there are still 4 Taoist priests of the truth state under I. Do you think he can escape?" As he said this, he finally saw Lu Laodao's face showed a trace of loosening. He was angry earlier. When he heard Kuan Wuzi say Li Yunxin was killed, he sneered with disdain. Now he finally showed a fleeting panic, but he quickly concealed it and said, "You know? So what if you know? My Dragon King killed your Daodong's Ling Kongzi when he was still a young man. He also killed your Dean of Law Yunzi in the place of Outer Fringe. Do you, a Taoist priest, know what his plan is? How is his plan? You know that you are standing in the middle hall now. Hee, isn't it his intention?" Kuan Wuzi was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked around. But it was very quiet in the hall. Qi Duanjin and Li Shan had begun to set up a restriction in the middle hall. Sunlight from the end of summer seeped in through the broken door of the hall. Tiny dust particles danced in the sunlight. He watched warily for a while before he breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little more at ease. Because what Lu Laodao had said before was exactly what he was worried about. But now that he had said it himself, it meant that this worry no longer existed. He sneered coldly. "But I..." Just as he said that, he heard Taoist Lu shout, "Did you hear that? Go tell your young miss." This shout caused Kuan Wuzi to be slightly stunned, and he suspected that it was a diversionary tactic. But soon after, a figure suddenly shot out from the west side of the hall and fled into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Kuan Wuzi and Li Shan looked at each other. But the Taoist immediately said, "Don't chase after them. Yes, Bai Yunxin is still in Dongting." He smiled. "I'll get rid of her sooner or later. She is just in the real realm." If she was smart, she would have escaped from Dongting after getting the message. If she had to come, she would have stayed. "I'm in the mysterious realm. Why should I be afraid of her?" Li Shan ignored him and continued to set up his restriction. Lu Laodao raised his head and stared at him, saying angrily, "Mysterious realm? Humph, which one of the people Brother Exine killed was worse than him?" Kuan Wuzi smiled tolerantly, as if he didn't want to argue with an ignorant child. You are just a nobody. You don't know what the mysterious realm means. After saying that, he looked around. The hall of the middle hall was made of ancient materials. There were only a few tables and no chairs. But there was a rattan chair with a golden round screen beside him. It was the chair that Lu Laodao treasured and liked to sit on these days. Seeing that he was looking at it, Laodao shouted angrily again. Move your eyes away. Do you think my throne is something you can look at? Pooh. Headmaster. You are just a kid who doesn't even dare to fight openly. At first, Kuan Wuzi was in a good mood, because he got what he wanted. At the same time, he was worried that it was a trap, and didn't want to argue with him. Now that he had made up his mind, he didn't like the way Lin Luoran talked. Even when he was Fayunzi of the Langya cave abode, he was also the favorite disciple of head Kuan Wuzi. No one dared to talk to him like this. Therefore he sneered and walked to the chair. He watched Lu Laodao sit on it. Then he patted the armrest gently. I am treating you with courtesy. But if you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, let alone this chair, even your personal ability and life won't be yours in the future. The righteous path in the world is in Daotong and Kenzo. You are also a human, a cultivator. Now he was in cahoots with the demons helping the evildoers. How could he have a good end? But if you know what's good for you, maybe in the future, I will only destroy your personal ability and spare your life. Now listen carefully. I want to ask you, where is Ling Kongzi now? Lu Laodao's beard and hair stood up, and he laughed. Daotong and Kenzo? You bastards of the Freemasonry, don't speak a word of truth. You call yourself Kuan Wuzi? Bah! I think you are a ghost who has taken over a body. Kuan Wuzi suddenly sat up straight, and looked at Li Shan and Kidwanjin. This Laodao knows about the Freemasonry. Then Li Yunxin also told him about this. His face suddenly darkened, and he widened his eyes. What else do you know? You have spies all over the world with ulterior motives. Lu Laodao stared at him. He seemed to have decided that he wouldn't leave the middle hall of the Emperor Star Palace alive. And he told them everything. Although I don't know what you want, things will be exposed one day. For example, the three of you are ghosts of the Freemasonry, right? Ghosts take over a body, and then do some shady things. Do you think we don't know there are other people around Dongting besides the three of you? Brother Xian went to the Pitting Mountain to find the parasite there. You said he was killed. Hee hee. How do you know he didn't do it on purpose to draw others out? If you are smart, go out of Dongting now to save your fellows. If you are late, humph, you will be killed by him. Kuan Wuzi glanced at Kidwanjin. Kidwanjin thought for a while, shook his head, and said in a low voice, he lied. Li Yunxin didn't know it before. I met him outside the Pitting Mountain cave, and then fought with Evil King. If he knew I was in the Pitting Mountain, he wouldn't show his original face. Kuan Wuzi nodded. He squinted again, staring at Lu Laodao for a while, and smiled. It seems that you don't know much about it. Did Li Yunxin teach you these? Delaying tactic? Laodao glared at him. You can be arrogant here. It's not a loss for me to exchange my old and weak body for you guys. Brother Xian might have already killed a few of them by now. One is not a loss too. I Laodao have earned a life. Kuan Wuzi laughed. You old idiot. Do you know that there are only the three of us near Dongting? Where can your brother Xian go to kill? However, your flustered and exasperated look is quite funny. Let me guess. You are fearless in the face of death. Are you thinking that there are still people outside Dongting? Lu Laodao was slightly stunned, but he soon covered up the anger on his face, and just stared at Kuan Wuzi. You think you are smart? Kuan Wuzi twirled his beard and smiled again. His eyes were full of sarcasm. I know you still have people outside Dongting. A rat monster, a rabbit monster, and a ghost. They were saved in front of I. What can 3 emptiness realms do? Dozens of cultivators under my command are also trying to catch them. Now they should be caught. Lu Laodao didn't say anything. He lowered his head and stayed silent for a while, as if he was discouraged. But when Kuan Wuzi planned to take advantage of the victory and pry open his heart, he suddenly realized that Kuan Wuzi was whispering. Kuan Wuzi frowned. What are you talking about? Lu Laodao raised his head and looked at him. What are your real names? The old man's face was a little weird. Kuan Wuzi looked at him in confusion. Why do you ask this? You already know enough. Now answer this lord's question. Where is Ling Kongzi? But Lu Laodao turned a deaf ear to him and continued to say, Brother Xan killed one of your people. He called himself Qing Liangzi. Then are there also Hai Liangzi, Li Liangzi, Pai Liangzi, and Peng Liangzi? Laodao smiled coldly. They are all your people, right? Kuan Wuzi was stunned. Li Shan and Kedwanjin also stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Lu Laodao. They heard Laodao continue to sneer. So, do I know enough? Kuan Wuzi was silent for a while and turned to look at Li Shan. You are right. That Li Yunqin really knows a lot of inside information. We should really catch him alive and ask him. Then he turned to look at Lu Laodao and smiled calmly. You really deserve to die. But even if you die, it can be considered as a worthy death. Among the mortals and low-realm cultivators in this world, it is indeed rare to see someone like you who knows so many secrets. Sigh, I am talking to you calmly, but you are so stubborn. Do you want to be like her? Kuan Wuzi sighed softly and raised his hand. Suddenly, a mysterious light that was like a spider's web shot out from his finger. In the blink of an eye, it drilled into Red Lady's eyes. The scene that followed became somewhat terrifying. Those lights were actually tangible. They were like countless long worms wriggling under Red Lady's skin and flesh. They first invaded her face and then moved downwards. Then they went to her neck, chest, and finally into her clothes. Everywhere they passed, the skin and flesh seemed to have been plowed, becoming soft and loose. It was as if she had aged several decades in an instant and turned into an old woman with sagging skin. This scene was already terrifying, so the pain that the person being tortured felt should be even more terrifying. Kuan Wuzi narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Laodao as he said slowly, First, it drilled under your skin, burrowing into your flesh again. When it reaches your flesh, it plows through and runs into your bones. But my mystic light is spiritual energy. Although you will suffer, it will also nourish your body. That was why he could make you feel so much pain on one side, but not kill you on the other. Just keep an eye on her. After that, he just stared at Lu Laodao fiercely, waiting for him to feel the pain that Red Lady was about to let out. However, after a quarter of an hour, there was no sound at all. Kuan Wuzi was stunned and turned to look at Red Lady. The Princess of Dongting looks at him calmly. My father's means. He's much smarter than you. This level. Are you playing around? Kuan Wuzi was dumbfounded. Lu Laodao laughed out loud and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Which one of us is afraid of death? Kuan Wuzi immediately fell silent. Then, with a wave of his hand, he withdrew the mysterious light from Red Lady's body. I see. Since you're not afraid of death, I won't let you die for now. I want you to watch them die. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand again. A blade-like spiritual energy was spat out with a buzz. The next moment, blood shot up to the sky. With a thud, Sanhua's head fell to the ground. After a long time, Lu Laodao turned his head and stared at Sanhua's headless body slowly leaning on him. The blood that flowed out from the broken neck quickly soaked half of his body. It was indeed warm blood, not an illusion. Kuan Wuzi observed him in silence. Then he smiled at Li Shan. It seems that this Li Yunqin is really not here. Or, he doesn't care about these people as much as we think. He still doesn't show up now. Do you think it's the former or the latter? Li Shan and the snake spirit finally finished setting up the restriction in the hall. They walked over and stared at old Taoist Lu for a while before saying, Looking at this old thing's appearance, he isn't faking it. As he spoke, he casually grabbed something in the void as if he had caught something. But you only destroyed the demon's body, and the ghost is still there. I should have destroyed the Yin soul as well to avoid trouble. He frowned and turned to look at his hand. What method did this demon cultivate? I can't crush the ghost. Chapter 271. Kuan Wuzi turns his head and glances at him. After all, you cultivate the demon's path and advance to the real state with the power of wish. It's normal for you to meet a demon who cultivates the heterodox path, before your realm is stabilized. As he says this, he casually grabs the ghost from Li Shan's hand. Keep it for now. I'm still making a furnace of Huangya bolus on Mount Yunshan. It's good to use it to open the bolus. Old thing, do you understand now? Kuan Wuzi smiles at Lu Laodao. Don't underestimate my determination to kill. Lu Laodao's anger seems to be overflowing. He looks at Kuan Wuzi and suddenly closes his eyes. Then kill me too. Brother Xian will let you die 100 times more miserably. Kuan Wuzi sneers, okay. I'll fulfill your wish. As he says this, he suddenly waves his hand. With a swish, his spiritual power shoots at Lu Laodao's ear like a sword. However, it doesn't penetrate his head and only scratches his ear. He actually didn't die. However, Lu Laodao doesn't open his eyes and doesn't look like he just survived a disaster. Instead, he grits his teeth and says, "What? You don't dare to kill me?" Kuan Wuzi ignores him. He looks at Li Shan and finally lets out a long sigh. Li Yunqing really doesn't seem to be in Dongting. That's good. Kuan Wuzi is really relieved. He reaches out his hand and rubs his forehead, then says, "Then immediately." But halfway through his words, a talisman in his sleeve suddenly vibrates crazily. This is a purple talisman. Yunzi used this talisman to talk to Kuan Wuzi before the battle with Li Yunqing in the city of Wei. Now Kuan Wuzi also hides a few in his sleeve. He knows that this is a message from the Taoist priest stationed in the city of Wei. Also, this message must be very urgent, otherwise, who would be willing to use this thing? He immediately frowns and takes out the talisman and burns it. Then, a swaying figure appears in the void. This figure opens his mouth and says, "Headmaster, Li Yunqing is here." The three raiders in the hall looked at each other. Kuan Wuzi said seriously, "Is it really Li Yunqing? In city of Wei? Tell me in detail, don't rush." The shadow was a Daotong cultivator. His tone seemed to be slightly frightened. He just arrived, and he's still cursing outside the city. Before he left, he instructed us not to act rashly if we see Li Yunqing, and to call for reinforcements. We did the same thing, but at that time, our three shitty were patrolling the spell formation outside the restriction, so the demon got nothing and captured them all. When I received the news from within the city, I brought some people over to take a look. It was indeed the person the Holy See had spoken of. Right now, Kuan Wuzi interrupted him. "What do you think about Li Yunqing?" Who paused for a moment, then said, "He was very arrogant, only cursing outside, telling us to go out and die." "Then why aren't you going?" The cultivator was stunned. "Sect master, he's using the lives of his 3 junior martial brothers to threaten us. Although I'm in the true state, I can't protect my 3 junior martial brothers and capture him at the same time. I've already sent a message to the senior martial brothers who are out. Wait for them to come back. And the 3 of us in the true state." Kuan Wuzi slapped the armrest of the rattan chair and shouted, "Stupid! He is a demon. Do you think your 3 junior martial brothers can survive if they fall into his hands? That Li Yunqing has already lost one of his doppelgangers, and he is very weak now. He's bluffing. Go out and catch him immediately. If you wait any longer, he will escape." The cultivator still wanted to say something, but Kuan Wuzi shouted again, "Go now!" This time, the cultivator didn't dare to hesitate anymore. The shadow shook for a while, and then disappeared immediately. Kuan Wuzi stared at the void for a while, and then waved his hand angrily. "Stupid! Bastard! You ruined my plan." Li Shan thought for a while and sighed lightly. "It's good. At least we know that he is really outside Dongting now. But if he goes to catch Li Yunqing now, he will return in vain. In my opinion, he wants to use the 3 Taoist priests to threaten you. But he is afraid that people in the city will chase after him. So he is bluffing outside the city. Once he goes out, he will probably turn around and leave. No matter how weak he is still a cultivator in the true state. How can we catch him?" Kuan Wuzi snorted angrily. "Threaten me? Use the people of Daotong to threaten me?" Li Shan looked at him. "Don't forget that you are Kuan Wuzi, the head of the Langya Cave Paradise. Those Taoists are all your disciples. As Kuan Wuzi, you can't ignore their lives. He must have this idea. But he doesn't know that we are already in Dongting now. Kuan Wuzi thought for a while and said reluctantly, "It makes sense. Alas, let's wait." They didn't have to wait long. 15 minutes later, the cultivator used a purple amulet to send a message. As Li Shan expected, once they went out of the city, Li Yunxin immediately slipped away with the 3 Taoists. So he should come back. Li Shan thought for a while. As he spoke, he walked around the 2 captives who were still alive. Then he stopped in front of them. But how will he come back? Then he turned to look at Kuan Wuzi. For example, Li Yunxin opened the back door of his summer palace outside Dongting. So if he wants to borrow the summer palace from outside Dongting, he can't bring the summer palace with him. So he must still be in Dongting. So where is he? Kuan Wuzi looked at him and suddenly laughed. That's right. Where is he? Old thing, tell me. Lu Laodao closed his mouth and didn't say anything. Kuan Wuzi stood up slowly from the rattan chair. Then he walked around the rattan chair, stopped behind it, and patted the back of the chair with his hands. Let me guess. He looked at Lu Laodao. You 3 were staying in this Ziwei palace, but you were suddenly captured by us. You should be angry and anxious. But right now you're angry and anxious. Since you were still thinking about your chair and told me not to touch it. He leaned forward slightly. Were you thinking that the more you told me not to touch it, the more I wanted to touch it, and even wanted to sit on it? Li Shan looked at Lu Laodao expressionlessly. So after you sat on it, this old thing became more and more arrogant. He was simply fearless. Schoolfellow apprentice, if you want me to guess where Li Yunxin's summer palace is, I think it is here. Lu Laodao finally opened his eyes and tightly pursed his lips. His beard was trembling slightly, and he stared at Li Shan. Li Shan also looked at him. While looking at him, he reached out to feel the rattan chair. As mentioned before, this rattan chair was not an ordinary thing. How could there be ordinary things in the Ziwei Palace of Lord Dongting? Therefore this rattan was actually very hard. It couldn't be destroyed by axes or fire. The rattan on the cushion of the chair was thick as 2 fingers. When one sat on it, it was soft but not deep, and extremely comfortable. Li Shan looked at Lu Laodao and used his fingernails to cut open the cushion of the rattan chair. He made a 2-finger-long opening, put his hand in and started laughing. Then he took out a folding fan from the interlayer of the cushion. Waving it in front of Lu Laodao, he said, "Is it this?" Lu Laodao sighed and closed his eyes. His body also became weary. Kuan Wuzi took the folding fan, opened it, and looked at it carefully. It was a white paper fan, and on the fan was a picture of mountains and rivers. Looking at this picture, it seemed to be the surrounding terrain of the city of Wei. He carefully transferred some spiritual power to it, and then let out a breath. I got a treasure for free. Li Shan asked, really? Kuan Wuzi thought for a while. Kuan Wuzi once told me that Li Yunxin gathered the power of millions of souls in the city of Wei to make a lingtu. He put the mountains and rivers near the city of Wei into the picture, and even sealed Yun Zi's soul into the picture. This is indeed a lingtu. It's on his folding fan. A Taoist priest of the true state can't make a lingtu. This thing can't be fake. That's where his temporary imperial residence is. He smiled, asking me to sit on it. That Li Yin will have something on his mind, so he can ambush me. Unfortunately, you guys are 1 step behind. We're not like those idiots in Daotong. Cut off all emotions and abandon all desires. Abandon your brain too. He took a few more steps and walked back to the rattan chair. He looked at Lu Laodao and sat comfortably on it. He laughed coldly. This kind of low-level trick can't even be considered elegant. That Kuan Wuzi told me not to underestimate him. As he spoke, he turned his head and smiled at Li Shan. That's all. Li Shan smiled. Then let's wait for him to come. Wait for that Bai Yunxin to come too. Just like that, they waited for about an hour. Kuan Wuzi kept fiddling with the folding fan that Li Yunxin's lingtu had turned into, looking at it over and over again. He seemed to like it very much. Then Bai Yunxin came. The adopted daughter of the Golden Rock King descended from the sky and stood in front of the door of the hall, looking around coldly. She then raised her voice. Why are the 3 of you stopping me from doing something? Koen Wuxia ignored her for a while, then stood up and slowly walked to the door of the hall with his hands behind his back, standing in the sunlight. He carefully looked at Bai Yunxin, then smiled. This is the first time I've seen the adopted daughter of the Golden Rock King. Hearing about her is not as good as meeting her in person. I only know that she's a stunning beauty when I see her. But it's a pity that she's a demon. So, what do you want to do? Bai Yunxin frowned because of his frivolous words. However, she subconsciously looked into the hall and didn't take another step forward. I'm here on the orders of the Golden Rock King to retrieve the dragon's soul and stay on Mount June. Since you guys are here to cause trouble, this is also my business. Koen Wuxia was silent for a while, then suddenly burst into laughter. As he laughed, he turned to Li Shan and said, "See, I'm the one who sees things clearly. I said that this Bai Yunxin is a demon, and an arrogant one at that. I bet that she wouldn't just run away on her own, and would come back to settle the score with us. Now I'm right. It's better to keep a low profile. For the past 1,000 years, this demon has run amok in the world. Everyone knows her temper. Since we know her temper, we have a way to deal with her." Then he turned to look at Bai Yunxin. "Listen carefully. Your adopted father, the Golden Rock King, has an agreement with Daotong. If Daotong doesn't offend him, he won't offend Daotong. This time, we're going to war with the demons, but the Golden Rock King won't touch them. Since you're the adopted daughter of the Golden Rock King, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. Go back and tell the Golden Rock King that I've taken the dragon's soul. If he has any objections, he can go to Mount Yin and tell the two sages." Chapter 272. Bai Yunxin shows hesitation on her face. Then she looks at the hall again. Koen Wuxia sneers. "I think you can see it. I have set inhibition in this hall. It's hard for you to break in with the cultivation of the realm of truth. If I were you, I would either listen to my advice and leave Dongting to avoid the disaster, or don't give up. Then you should go out of Dongting and tell Li Yunxin that we are waiting for him in the lake. His people are all in my hands. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself." After saying this, he flings his sleeve and goes back to the hall. Bai Yunxin has never been insulted like this. She is furious at once. However, just as Koen Wuxia had said, the restrictive spell that they had set up wasn't something that she could break in a short period of time. She tried to break it a few times, but the middle hall didn't even shake. Instead, she almost got devoured by the power of the restrictive spell. After struggling for a quarter of an hour, she finally runs away with anger. Seeing that she disappears in the sky, Koen Wuxia breathes a sigh of relief and opens the folding fan in his hand again. Li Shan is stunned and asks him, "You really let her go like this? If she really goes out of Dongting and finds Li Yunxin?" Koen Wuxia smiles and shows him the folding fan in his hand. "As I said, we got a treasure for nothing. Take a look." Li Shan's eyes fall on the fan. At first glance, it is just an ordinary picture of mountains and rivers. But after looking at it for a while, he finds the subtlety of it. Something is moving. "This is a lingtu. It is the first time for me to see it." Koen Wuxia stretches out a finger and points on the picture, on a figure as thin as dust. "Who do you think it looks like?" The real eel monster Li Shan is blind and can't see anything. But Li Shan, who is transformed by Tanliangzhu, is not blind. He gets closer and looks at it attentively for a while. He exclaims in a low voice, "Li Yunxin?" "It's him." Koen Wuxia sneers. "This is his summer palace, so this thing may have something to do with him. I can actually see him on it." It was said that spirit paintings were meant to absorb the spirits of all living things into their scrolls. If one understood the method and changed the things in the painting, then the things that actually existed would also change. However, it had always been rumored that it was the work of the art saint. No one knew how to do it. But now, it seemed like it was true. When this Li Yunxin moves outside, we can see it clearly from this spirit map. According to this window, look, he's going into the wildwood. They were probably going to find the entrance to the temporary imperial residence. They were coming. We know his whereabouts like the back of our hands. We don't have to worry about him not being caught. After he said that, Lu Laodao's face turned even paler, like a piece of white paper. So, why did I ask that Bai Yunxin to leave? Kun Wuzi laughed. Heh, the agreement between the Golden Rock King and Daotong was their business. I had already instructed those Taoist priests to kill any demons they see, leaving none alive. Those Taoist priests killed Bai Yunxin, and the Golden Rock King was furious. Now the battle between the Daotong Kenzo and the demons will be even more exciting. Isn't this what we want? When he said this, he saw that the figure of Li Yunxin on the fan had stopped somewhere. He immediately threw the fan into the hall and said in a deep voice, "We'll talk after we finish the task. He's coming. Activate the array." Li Shan immediately understood. He and 7th Duan Jin moved to the side and pointed a few times in the air. The array formation that they had set up in the middle hall of the Emperor's Star Palace was immediately activated. A stretch of mystic light converged from the walls of the hall and enveloped the folding fan. There were countless tiny dust particles dancing in the mysterious light. But if one looked carefully, they would find that they weren't dust particles, but millions of true talisman incantations. This was a magic treasure that Kun Wuzi had passed down to him. Once it was set up properly, even a cultivator at the peak of the true state would lose a layer of skin if he accidentally entered the array. But that sect leader would never have thought that. It was being used by someone who had disguised as him. An astonishing amount of spiritual power began to circulate in the hall, and every trace of air gradually had spots of light. The hall seemed to be filled with something else. Lu Laodao, who had the lowest cultivation, even began to feel that it was hard to breathe, as if he was inhaling a sticky liquid. The mystic light shrouding the folding fan became more and more intense. In the end, it turned into a small sun, illuminating the gloomy hall. It was as if the inside of the hall was daytime, while the outside of the hall was nighttime. Kun Wuzi's sleeves fluttered, and blue veins appeared on his forehead. He felt that the powerful force brought by the array formation was filling his body. He had become the eye of the array, and all the spiritual power in the surroundings was channeled into his strong body. And through his control, it was poured into a true talisman incantation in the mysterious light. This was his strongest moment, but it was also his weakest moment. Right now, he was like an iron bucket filled with black powder, and with just a little spark, he would pour all the terrifying and violent power onto Li Yunxin, who was coming out of the fan. Finally he shouted, "When he shows himself." But at this moment an accident happened. It was as if a surging river was suddenly cut off from the middle, a high-speed machine suddenly lost its power, a kite high in the sky suddenly had its string cut off. The flow of spiritual power in the array was cut off in an instant. It was as if something had opened its huge mouth and swallowed all the spiritual power in the vicinity of Mount June in an instant. But it wasn't just spiritual power. Kun Wuzi was now using himself as the eye of the array to control the spiritual power. He was a node. This node absorbed the spiritual power of heaven and earth to supply the crazily revolving array. But right now, the spiritual power that was pouring into his body suddenly disappeared. But the array didn't stop immediately, even though it was only for a short moment. But how could the spiritual power consumed by a magic treasure that could trap a cultivator at the peak of the true realm be comparable to that of an ordinary person? At this moment Kun Wuzi's body was almost sucked dry. But cultivators use their own bodies as cauldrons, absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth to temper their bodies. Their flesh and skin would produce endless spiritual power. Although it was temporarily sucked dry, he would recover very quickly after resting for a quarter of an hour. But he didn't get this chance. In that instant, he realized that the situation had changed, and he immediately shouted, wanting to put away the magic treasure for the time being. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that Li Shan and Qi Jin, who were opposite him, suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. The two of them opened their mouths. Time seemed to become extremely slow at this moment. Kun Wuzi could almost see their throats trembling, their eyelashes slightly trembling, and their pupils dilating, wanting to shout out a warning to him. How fast was the reaction of a high-level cultivator like him? Before they could make a sound, they immediately looked at the fan. Then, there was only enough time for a thought to appear in their minds. There wasn't anything strange? The next moment his body, which was temporarily drained of spiritual power, was sent flying with a boom. The true realm dragon's attack from behind had landed solidly on his body. Even though his body was as strong as a profound realm cultivator, without the protection of the spiritual power circulating in his body, he couldn't withstand such a violent and fierce attack. When he was flying in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This wasn't a body that was perfectly fused with a living person. The wandering soul that had possessed his body was actually shaken by this attack, and it was about to leave his body. He was sent flying, and because of this, he finally saw the person who had sneak attacked him. It was Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin had already revealed his fiend god body. His eyes were wide open, and they almost split open. He hadn't retracted his fists, and the surface of his fists were covered with dark green scales. And these scales, which belonged to a true realm great demon of the dragon clan, who was known for his powerful body, had already shattered and golden dragon blood seeped out. From this, it could be seen just what kind of terrifying and violent strength he had exerted in that strike just now. Kuan Wuxia, who was flying in the air, only had one thought in his mind. His palace is still under the restriction he set up. Where did he come from? This shameless demon, wait for me to take this. But there wasn't even the word take this. After Li Yunxin sent him flying, he immediately loosened his fists and grabbed the air, and a green iron chain appeared in his hand. Then, he shook his wrist again, and the iron chain suddenly expanded, wrapping around the wandering soul that had possessed it, and pulling him out of his body. At this moment, Li Shan and Qi finally reacted, and they shouted as they tried to snatch Li Yunxin's iron chain. But Li Yunxin didn't panic. His right hand used the iron chain to bind the wandering soul, and his left hand drew a few strokes in the air, at a speed so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly. The entire hall immediately let out a buzzing sound. The restriction they had set up in the hall earlier exploded with a dazzling golden light, and then a terrible feeling of sluggishness and helplessness descended. The two demons suddenly stopped in the air, and then they realized that the spiritual energy in their bodies was depleting at a frightening speed. The scene where they sucked Fu Liangliang dry just now appeared again. This demon Li Yunxin laughed coldly and shouted, "Scram!" With a kick, he sent the two demons flying back, and they rolled on the ground 3 times before they could barely stop their bodies. When they got up again with their incomparably heavy bodies, they saw that Fu Liangliang was tightly bound by the iron chain in Li Yunxin's hand, and he couldn't move at all. And at this time, Li Yunxin returned to his human form with a thick fog. He first kicked Fu Liangliang's wandering soul to the ground, then turned around and plucked the round jade screen embedded in the back of the rattan chair. Then, with a wave of his hand, an identical jade screen appeared in his palm. The 2 jade screens were immediately absorbed into one spot, turning into a round, shining moon halo. Profound light treasure mirror? Fu Liangliang, who was lying on the ground, cried out in disbelief. Li Yunxin ignored him. He first walked over to pick up the headless body of Triflower and looked at it, then put it down. Then, he patted Lu Laodao and Red Lady's bodies, unlocking the spiritual energy in their bodies. He first asked, "How many of them are outside?" Lu Laodao took a few deep breaths and stood up with the help of Li Yunxin's hand. They said just now there are only these 3, no more. Okay. Li Yunxin then helped Red Lady up, and then turned to look at Fu Liangliang. After looking for a while, he sighed. Old Lu clearly said, "It was me who set up this trap to lure you out. Why don't you believe me?" Chapter 273. Fu Liangzi was dumbfounded. 3 breaths ago, he was still confident of his victory. 3 breaths later, he was tied to the ground, and even lost his body. How could this be? But Li Yunxin did not care about what he was thinking at this moment. Instead, he walked to the body of Kuan Wuxia and reached out to search it. After searching for a while, he took out something and threw it into the void. That thing immediately cried out. Ah! Ah! Damn it! My body! Ah! Kill! Kill! Li Yunxin sighed with heartache. It took a lot of effort to create such a body. You are really ruthless. As he spoke, he walked to Fu Liangzi's side and gave him a few more kicks, not on his body, but on his face. It was clear that his heart was completely black. Logically speaking, one would not be able to touch such a wandering soul without using spiritual energy. But how could the thing Li Yunxin used to tie him up be an ordinary thing? When Bai Yanjun appointed him as a Yang realm judge, he gave him the soul hooking iron chain. It was used to capture ghosts. Once tied up by this thing, there was nowhere to hide. Even a ghost would have to show itself. Now that she had shown herself, Li Yunxin wasn't just stepping on his face, she was stepping on his soul. How could Fu Liangzi endure this kind of terrible pain? The shocked thoughts in his mind immediately flew to the sky, and he screamed in pain, looking extremely pitiful. This Li Yunxin stepped on him a few times to vent his anger and shouted, "What are you screaming for? You still have hard times ahead of you. Behave yourself." He turned around and scolded Li Shan and Qi Duanjin, who were not far away. This Li Shan was already in the true state, so he should not be much weaker than Li Yunxin, whose clone was killed. But they really did not have any strength left. They didn't know where this terrifying restriction came from, but it immediately sucked away every bit of spiritual power within their bodies, and they couldn't accumulate even the slightest bit. Just now, they tried to rush out while Li Yunxin was distracted, but after hearing his shout, they immediately stopped moving. Li Yunxin narrowed his eyes, stared at the two of them, and sneered. "I know what you are. I also know that you can abandon your bodies and run, but I advise you not to do anything stupid. In my array, once your wandering souls leave you, hee." He didn't say the result, but his final sneer was enough to stun the two of them and dispel the thought of being seen through by him. Only then did Li Yunxin sit on the backless rattan chair and sigh. He stared at Fu Liangzi and nodded. "Fu Liangzi." He then looked at Li Shan. "Tan Liangzi." Finally he looked at Qi Duanjin and frowned. "I thought there would be more hidden in the Su family. I didn't know you were hiding in the Pitfall Mountain. What's your serial number? What's your Taoist name?" This seventh Duanjin rarely spoke. At this moment, he was just like a follower. However, when Li Yunxin asked her, she hesitated for a moment before answering honestly, "Young Quantum." "Ha!" Li Yunxin sighed. No one knew what he was sighing about. He was silent for a moment, then bent down to pick up his folding fan and put it in his sleeve. He turned to look at Fu Liangzi. "Say it. Where's your base? How many people are there in Daotong? I remember there's also Lin Liangzi. Where did he go?" Fu Liangzi glared at him. Obviously, he wasn't willing to accept his failure. No one would be willing to accept this. He still didn't know how things turned out this way. He stared at Li Yunxin for a while, then said in a deep voice, "That folding fan is clearly your temporary imperial residence. How did you run out of this treasure mirror of mystic light?" Lu Laodao had originally found a table to sit and catch his breath. Hearing his question, he and Li Yunxin looked at each other. Then, a strange smile appeared on their faces. Fu Liangzi was so angry that he was about to explode. Looking at this mysterious smile, he felt even more that he had been fooled. He was fooled after his failure. This was something that he should be doing. So he gritted his teeth and said, "What are you laughing at?" Li Yunxin kicked him with the tip of his foot. Fu Liangzi grimaced in pain. "I'm laughing at how cute you are. Old Lu knows that I like to talk. For example, just now when you three idiots were full of confidence, I slapped you in the face. What should I do after slapping your face?" Fu Liangzi frowned. He didn't know what was hidden in Li Yunxin's words. Therefore he didn't dare to say another word. He was afraid that this guy, who was so cunning, would hear some secrets. Old Taoist Lu laughed mockingly. "I'm reminiscing." Li Yunxin laughed and clapped his hands. He pointed at Fu Liangzi and said, "That's why I like idiots like you who still ask questions after being stepped on. If you don't ask, how can I be proud of myself?" Fu Liangzi opened his mouth in shock. He didn't know what to say. Li Yunxin looked at him condescendingly with drooping eyelids. "You do recognize this mysterious light treasure mirror?" You know that this is the magic treasure of that bastard Yunzi in your Langya cave abode, right? After he hung up, I took this thing. What is this called again? To put it in a literary way, it's called killing and robbing. But magic treasures are considered personal secrets. I think that when Yunzi was alive, he wouldn't tell anyone about the use of this thing. But you don't know, but I do. He looked at Lu Laodao. Old Lu, do you remember? Back then, when we were living in the Yu family's villa, Yu Yunzi came to talk to me. His doppelganger came out of this thing. Lu Laodao stroked his beard and nodded. Yes. At that time, this thing was hanging on the acacia tree. It looked like a moon. Li Yunqin let out a sigh. Actually, this thing can be divided into two pieces. It's like a portal. I left one piece on the back of the chair, and I took the other one with me. So do you understand? The one in the Pitfall Mountain was my doppelganger. My real body was within 30 miles of the Pitfall Mountain. After I finished my business, I walked in from one piece and came out from the other. You guys just had to stare at my dragon palace. Who else would die if not you? Lu Laodao laughed. Laodao, I'm good at acting. These two people were so proud of themselves. Fu Liangzi and the other two people hated them to the core. But there was nothing they could do. He gritted his teeth and frowned. How did you know this? Wait a minute. He looked up at Li Yunqin. How did you know who we are? And how did you know how to break my prohibition? It was fine if he didn't say it. Hearing this, Li Yunqin suddenly remembered something. He clapped his hands. Oh, I almost forgot about this. As he spoke, he got up and walked around the spacious hall. While walking, he reached out his hand to grab something in the air. Seeing this, Fu Yangzi's face turned pale. His expression was even worse than Lu Laodao's. When Li Yunqin came back, she rubbed and squeezed the things in her hands. Then she said hoarsely, How did you know about this? But Li Yunqin concentrated on kneading the air in his hand. After kneading it for a while, he sighed and took out the folding fan from his sleeve. He put it next to his ear and asked, How did I get this thing? There seemed to be a reply from the fan. He smiled. I got it. Then, he stared at the empty palm for a long time. Pointing with his fingers, he said, Cloud, come. As soon as he said so, a small cloud gathered in his palm. It looked like an auspicious cloud. This white, soft, and cute little thing floated in his palm. It trembled slightly due to the movement of the air. It was as if the cloud in the sky had shrunk by 1,000 times, and was now controlled by someone. Fu Liangzi's face was ashen, but Li Yunqin looked like he had obtained a precious toy. Then, he took out the mysterious light treasure mirror from his sleeve. He muttered something, as if he was repeating some unfamiliar steps. At the same time, he pointed at the treasure mirror. Then he threw the two into the air. Go! The mysterious light treasure mirror and the white cloud immediately fused together. Beside the golden halo of the moon was a floating cloud, quietly floating in the hall. The soft light it emitted filled every corner of the room. It was as if it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Colorful clouds accompanied the moon. Fu Yangzi was dumbfounded for the umpteenth time. Li Yunqin became even more arrogant after getting a bargain. He said proudly, Kuan Wuzi and Yunzi are the most important. So he took this treasure apart. The moon wheel became the mysterious light treasure mirror, and was passed to Yunzi. The colorful cloud became the mysterious light fog, and was passed to you. Unfortunately, the two of you are not up to expectations. In the end, I got it. Now let me tell you. This thing combined into one is called Foglock Toad Palace. It is the top treasure of your Langya Heavenly Grotto. It was personally made by the book saint. He paused for a while and looked at Fu Liangzi. So do you feel even a little guilty? Kuan Wuzi's character is not bad. He thought so highly of you, but you killed him without saying a word. Fu Liangzi was silent for a while, then said hatefully, We all serve different masters. Today I was just careless, and I sneaked into Daodong. This kind of thing. There is no right or wrong. Li Yunqin frowned and stared at him for a while. My friend, your values are not right. He did not harm you and treated you very well. Now you say there is no right or wrong. Fu Liangzi didn't want to continue this topic. He turned his head and sneered. You really talk too much. Since you have so much to say, you might as well say it. How did you break my restrictive spell? Li Yunxin curled his lips and looked at him with disgust. How can you ask such a stupid question? Do you know how Yunzi died? That day, he also set up a spell in the city of Wei, but he didn't know that his spell was in my spell. Like you, he used the method of Daotong, using his own body as the eye of the spell to guide the spiritual power of Qi. Therefore, his spiritual power of Qi circulated in the big spell that I set up in advance, using the spiritual power of his spell to activate my spell. Because of this, his spiritual power was suppressed by my spell, and his strength was less than 10%. Don't you know all this? Fu Liangzi was stunned, then immediately shouted. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 274. Li Yunxin sighs. Did you break the inhibition I set when you went up the mountain? Idiot. Do you think it's just an inhibition? It's just to leave your Qi and Reiki to help me form the magic circle. It's the same as that day in the city of Wei. You are so stubborn. You never know what is called flexibility. What's more, I know how you use the magic weapon mist of black light, your cultivation, habits, and personality. This is called information asymmetry. You don't know anything about me and you still think you can control the whole situation. He bends down and looks at Fu Liangzi. What makes you think you can play with me? Fu Liangzi opens his mouth and wants to say something, but Li Yunxin has already stood up. I don't want to talk to a stupid and bad person like you. I know you want to ask me how I know so much. I will show you now. He walks to the strong body of Fu Liangzi in the mysterious realm and takes out his folding fan. Then he opens the fan and shakes it slightly. A gust of chilly wind comes out from the fan. It lingers on the ground for a while, and then goes into the body. After a while, this Kuan Wuzi sighs in a low voice and slowly sits up. Fu Liangzi's face turns green and white, and then red as if a dye jar has been knocked over. He stares at the sitting Kuan Wuzi and says, You. Li Yunxin looked on coldly for a while. But this Kuan Wuzi moves very slowly, so he reaches out to pull him up. Then he takes 2 steps back and says seriously, The first time I met you, you didn't kill me. The second time I met you, you persuaded me to leave Dongting and go back to Daotong with you. Although the 2 situations are different for different reasons, I still have a good impression of you. I think you are a good person. In the Pitfall Mountain, Bai Yanjun asked me for your soul, and I protected you. Now I give this body to you. I hope you can remember my kindness. If you encounter anything related to me in the future, think carefully. I'm not a person to be trifled with. After saying this, Li Yunxin sighs. Now you talk to him yourself. Kuan Wuzi. Fu Liangzi was speechless. He looked at Li Yunxin, then at Kuan Wuzi, his gaze changing back and forth. However, Li Yunxin did not intend to tell others that, I am a judge of the Yang world, and I have the book of life and death in my hands. Since Kuan Wuzi, a great cultivator of the profound realm, died nearby, the book of life and death would naturally mark him out, so I immediately took him in before the Yama king. He had already revealed enough secrets. If he were to reveal them out of pride, he would lose a good card. Kuan Wuzi, whose body wasn't very agile, slowly walked in front of Fu Liangliang. After all, his soul had been damaged. Even if the cultivators who had mastered mystical realm had brilliant methods that no one knew about and could ensure that they would not lose their minds, it was still very difficult for them to control a body that did not belong to them. Therefore his expression was very dull. But because of this sluggishness, when he stared at Fu Liangzi, he was even more frightening. After staring at each other for a long time, he finally spoke in an indistinct voice. Each to his own master? There is no right or wrong. You and Tongfu are the 2 disciples that I value the most. You really think that there is no right or wrong? Fu Liangzi wanted to say something but stopped, trying to avoid Kuan Wuzi's gaze. But in the end, he still raised his head and said in a deep voice, My Taoist name is Fu Liangzi. I am not the person that you thought I was for the past 46 years. Kuan Wuzi laboriously let out a low and indistinct laugh. I am not? Although the name is different, could it be that the person for the past 46 years is also different? Fine. Then how do you feel about Ling? Are you also putting on an act? Fu Yangzi suddenly opened his eyes wide. But very quickly, he gritted his teeth and said, Daotong is boring. I just wanted to find some fun for myself. Even if it is a one-sided love, it is better than abandoning all feelings and desires. Good. What a good better than abandoning all feelings and desires. Kuan Wuzi's words gradually became clearer. It seemed that he was slowly getting used to this body. Although there were many inconveniences, he was still able to speak clearly. Then what about your Taoist heart? Since your thoughts all these years are fake, how did your Taoist heart become real? Back then, you said that you wanted to protect the righteous path of the world. This is your Taoist heart. Fu Liangzi laughed. Taoist hearts are for living people like you. Why would a wandering ghost like me need a Taoist heart? While the two were talking, Li Yunxin walked to Li Shan and Qi Duanjin's side. At this moment, the formation in the hall had been running for a long time. The two demons were getting weaker and weaker, almost unable to open their eyes. Li Yunxin searched their bodies, then threw them aside, and continued to listen to Kuan Wuzi and Fu Liangzi's conversation. But soon the conversation could not continue. Fu Liangzi began to shut his mouth, allowing Kuan Wuzi to interrogate him again and again. After about half an hour, Li Yunxin walked over and stood between the two. Don't talk here. In the future, when you bring him back to Cloud Mountain, you can slowly interrogate him. Kuan Wuzi was slightly stunned. You are handing him to me? Li Yunxin smiled. He and the other demon are yours. Leave Tan Liangzi to me. First, you gave me so much information before. Although you were forced to do so, our cooperation was still very pleasant. Otherwise, today would not have been so smooth. Second, you should know by now. Your Daotong and Kenzo have already been riddled with holes by these people. You have two beloved disciples under you. That Yunzi and Qing Liangzi of the Freemasonry have been colluding for who knows how long. This Fei Yunzi was just an impersonator. He hid for 46 years right under the nose of a mystical realm cultivator like you. And you didn't even notice that he killed you. If not for me, perhaps you wouldn't even be able to keep your soul. So think about it. If you want to start a war with the demons, is this a good time? You are the sect master of Langya Paradise. If others see you like this, your words will naturally carry weight. After listening to Li Yunxin, Kuan Wuzi was silent for a long time. After a long time he said, Why did you do this? Li Yunxin looked at him. Previously, I offended Daotong because of the translucent jade slip. Now it's the demons. Once Daotong and Kenzo start a war with the demons, my situation will not be good. I know the war can't be avoided eventually, but I hope to postpone it as much as possible. Since it will bring trouble to you, it will also bring trouble to the Freemasonry. My parents were killed by their people. And I can get a little respite, strengthen my strength, and try to protect myself. This is all my mind. It's reasonable. I just want to live. In order to live, there are no eternal enemies or friends, only eternal interests. Only eternal interests. Kuan Wuzi frowned and repeated this sentence. After thinking for a while, he wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Li Yunxin smiled. If you have something to say it. Today in this Dongting we can talk a lot. But once you return to Daotong, the relationship between us will not be so simple. Maybe the next time we meet, it will be a life and death battle. Kuan Wuzi sighed. It's just that when I see you and listen to you, alas, although you are a demon now, you are also cultivating the way of the heavenly heart. I will tell you a truth. Demons get the power of incense and wish, and they will advance very fast. But if you don't cultivate your mind, you can only stop at the peak of the Xian realm, and below the Grand Supreme, even if you have a great chance. You are a heaven-bestowed genius. You are expected to advance to the Grand Supreme realm. This sentence can only be said in this Dongting. I don't want you to waste the blessing. You are already in the true state. Do you have the Taoist heart? Li Yunxin looked at him for a while and smiled softly and sincerely. I understand this truth. He thought for a while and said seriously, but I am also a lonely ghost. Kuan Wuzi thought for a while because of his words, but he didn't understand the deep meaning. He sighed and didn't say anything else. He just said, okay. Then, let's say goodbye. After saying that, he felt in his sleeve and took out a small lantern. He looked at it and sighed. It's also something I gave him. Then he tried to use Reiki, and the lantern immediately emitted bright colorful light. Then he pointed at the quantum of blessing on the ground. Li Yunxin untied the iron chain. The wandering souls of the Freemasonry were immediately sucked into the lantern and no longer made a sound. Then he walked to Li Shan and pointed at her. The eel monster's body also stopped moving at once. The Taoist of the Xian realm collected the two souls, nodded slightly to Li Yunxin, and walked to the door of the hall. But when he was about to go out, he heard Li Yunxin said calmly, "Hey, there is one more thing." Kuan Wuzi stopped and turned around. Li Yunxin looked at him. "You killed all the people in the city of Wei. I lived in that city for a few months, and I have some feelings for it." Kuan Wuzi frowned and looked at him. "Those are all secular people. But you are a demon. Demons won't do these things like me." Li Yunxin tilted his head. "Besides, some of my people are from the Yu family in the city of Wei. You probably don't know the Yu family. But his family was destroyed because of you. If I don't help him, I will lose face. Besides, Daotong said that he wants to take care of the people. The people in the city of Wei are also a part of the people. Daotong also said that he represents the world of righteousness. But if he doesn't take it seriously, I will be very disappointed." Kuan Wuzi looked at Li Yunxin in confusion. He seemed to want to know if this demon, who was known for being sinister and cunning, was serious. He had lived for hundreds of years. Although he didn't experience the ways of the world like the secular people, he still knew how to read people's expressions. And because of this, he was even more confused, because he felt that this Li Yunxin was really sincere. The two looked at each other for a while, and Kuan Wuzi suddenly looked up at the sky. The sky was blue, and there were a few white clouds. The late summer sun was shining down warmly on his new body. Then Kuan Wuzi, the head of the Lengye cave, turned his head and said to Li Yunxin, "I understand. Go back to Yunshan and settle these things. I will go to the stone room and destroy my cultivation. If the heavens still care for me, I might be able to cultivate again. If I feel that it is not enough, I will die as a secular person. I swear on my Dao heart." Li Yunxin nodded. "Have a safe journey." Kuan Wuzi turned and left. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.